afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second round of Nutcracker tournament. So once again, those who missed yesterday's broadcast, I've been talking about how confusing it is because it was supposed to be, this tournament was supposed to be held in 2019, so I still call it Nutcracker 2019, even though we are living in 2020. It's March and we are playing the Christmas tournament. Anyway, so today, second classical game, and with this system being such, this Evgeny system, so two teams playing each other, well, inevitably one of the teams, or players from one of the teams, has to repeat the colors. So once again, team of kings, Evgeny Nair has the white pieces and Alexei Shirov has the white pieces, same as yesterday. And, well, princes change the colors, so it will be Nair against Yufa, Shirov against Lomasov, Sarana against Tomaszewski, so Alexei Sarana is white, and Andrei Yesipenko is white against Boris Gelfand. Yesterday's mini-match was won by the kings, thanks to Evgeny Tomaszewski's excellent endgame technique. We had a bit of a discussion with Evgeny. It was a funny choice at some point of the game when he could have won a pawn, but keep the, well, obviously that would lead to a winning position and keep it a bit more standard. Instead, he went for the whole piece, which was the knight on b1, which could barely move. Anyway, won a nice game in the end. So let's see if princes will recover from yesterday's loss. Once again, remind on the system, so 4 classical games. Basically, each player from one team plays with all the members of the other. And on day 5, there will be a rapid mini tournament. Once again, it's Evgeny system, so 4 more rapid games on day 5. Today, a second round. The games, as you can see, have already started. Well, to add to this, the points. So classical games are worth twice as much as the rapid ones. So technically it's +1 for the kings, but the score, the actual score is 5-3, not 2.5, 1.5. All right, that'll be it. The time control reminder, that's pretty standard FIDE, as they call it, classical time control. 1 hour and 30 minutes for first 40 moves, with an addition of half an hour after move 40. And as we are all used to, 30 seconds of increment after each move. So let's hope audio works well today. There have been some complaints in chat about yesterday's audio quality. We tried to fix it, so let's hope it works well. And welcome everyone in the chat. And once again, I do believe we are broadcasted on Chess24 as well, but the chat I have here on one of the monitors next to me is the chat on Russian Chess Federation's YouTube channel. So if you want to interact with the commentator, please make sure to proceed to this chat and post your questions, opinions, move suggestions there. Well, we are not that many viewers, but I guess quality counts for something, so really appreciate all the feedback. And I guess we can start with the games. And once again, I have to tell you, I'm using a new software, so I'll be a bit clumsy with it sometimes, so please pardon if there'll be any misclicks and such. Right, and I guess we can start with the game which is currently on our screen. Andrei Yesipenko facing Boris Gelfand. English opening here, so, well, pretty standard start. D4, C takes, knight takes, E7, E6, G3, Queen B6, and 2 moves here, knight to B5 and knight to B3. I believe knight B3 was played by Gelfand himself in one of the recent games. So he should be familiar how to face this one with the black pieces. Obviously, I don't quite remember how the line goes. Yeah, you do play knight e5, that's I'm sure. And then white typically replies with e4. Oh wait, so, yeah, Gelfand had the white pieces, yeah, precisely, so something like that. So you go e4, you get queen e2, and then you try to go for like quick f4, e5 break. Unlike in this line with knight on b5. And knight e4 is played. Knight e5, e4 is played, so let's see what Yasipenko has in store in this particular line. Well, he has shown, Andrei Yasipenko, he has shown a very, very interesting bit of preparation yesterday against Alexei Shirov, going for, well, not so popular line in d4 anti-Marshall. And, well, got a comfortable draw there. Bishop b4 and c4, c5. And the c5 was played pretty quickly, so I assume, well, and yeah, you know, if you pay attention to the camera view, that's typically a sign of home preparation. So I play c5 and I leave the board. So, like, here you are, Mr. Gelfand. That's your opening surprise. Try to work over the board. What's the best reaction to this? So I assume white's plan after bishop takes c5, and you more or less have to take on c5, it seems. Oh, well, how wrong one can be. Gelfand quickly plays queen c6. That's interesting. Because I thought bishop c5 is almost automatic. I mean, at least it looks so. And then I don't really think white has any fancy replies, like queen e2 doesn't make all that much sense. So apparently white was just planning to capture on c5 and go f4, maybe e5 next, you know, that's like going for very, very quickly initiative. So Boris has moved queen c6, targets the e5 pawn, e4 pawn, pardon. Bishop g2 quickly, yep, so once again, the pawn is attacked twice. Let's not forget, the knight on c3 is pinned, so the pawn is attacked twice, and a move like queen e2 would be, no, not queen d5, of course, would be a terrible mistake because of queen e4. That's what I wanted to show. So you take exactly with the queen, so to avoid any kind of silly pins with bishop g2. Yeah. So queen c6, bishop g2. Now, if you happen to capture on e4, well, you do not lose the piece immediately. At least it doesn't look like. Or maybe you do. Queen d4 might be quite annoying. All of a sudden, all the black minor pieces apart from this bishop on c8 are hanging. That could be really funny though. Knight to c3. The bishop on g2 is hanging. Bishop takes c6. Can this work? Can this ever work? Knight b... No, it shouldn't. What I thought was knight to b5. Knight to b5. Discovered check. White has to take... Yeah, attacking the queen and then as well... Yeah, it's a discover check. White has to capture. Check on, well, too many arrows. Check on d3, king e2, capture on b4, but then after bishop b5, white is just a piece up. No, that's nonsense. So bishop g2, queen to a6. Alrighty. That's a funny maneuver. It's been... I think it is used in quite a few lines. So you use the moment where the bishop leaves f1, a6 diagonal, and then you put your queen on a6, preventing white from natural castling short. And very often you're quite happy with the endgame. Well, in this particular case, there is no endgame after queen e2. black has knight d3, that's important. But even some endgames like after queen e2, king e2 might have been playable. Yeah, I mean, imagine there is no knight d3. Then we can go for this. Queen captures, king captures, and yes, black is in some danger of f4, e5 getting squeezed, but he's just on time, it seems. b7, b6 with bishop a6 to come. This seems to be playable. Well, for a change, I'll use the starting position to show where you can. Can I do it? Now, strangely, it doesn't allow me to analyze from move one. Okay, forget it. I wanted to show the one of the examples in the Scandinavian where you can play this queen a6. Anyway. Okay, so queen a6 played, and it's not a surprise for Yusupenko, it turns out. Queen d4 played pretty quickly as well. So white threatens both minor pieces, the knight on e5, the bishop on b4, and is not scared of a knight d3 check. That's interesting. So white is not scared of knight d3 check. I assume white is supposed to go king d2 in this case, not to d1 but to d2, so that white always plays a move with a tempo. Attacks the knight. Knight has nowhere to go. And then in case of bishop c3, I wonder if white can actually capture with the king. That's one really, really funny position, and probably just capture with the a1 rook. Rook to c1, castle short, and some sort of e5. And yeah, white has a king on c3, but apart from that, he has, well, total control over the position. And say in case of knight d5, I assume white can capture on d5, and then, you know, just like to avoid any sort of complications, just to be well, just safely better, it's enough to play king c2. I mean, that's like, maybe if you play the game, maybe if you have the actual position on the board, you might look for a better move. But for us to evaluate, it's enough to look at king c2. The a2 pawn cannot be taken. There is still rook a1 and the queen is trapped. That was the case on the previous move as well. And if you are unable to capture the a2 pawn, the very next move white's going to play is king b1, king bridges safety. White has the better structure. White has potentially a very strong knight on d4 against the silly bishop on c8. So white is clearly better. And after b6, for instance, you just do not react to this one whatsoever. You go to b1. Okay, so I don't really think knight d3 is such a great idea. But on the other hand, what else do? You probably play knight c6. Or, hang on a second. Now that I'm looking at it, the bishop on b4 is not really hanging. Right? So the piece which is hanging is the knight on e5 and not the bishop on b4. So I guess black can play d7, d6. Black can play d7, d6. So now there is a threat of knight d3 and possibly the capture on c5. Queen b4 obviously doesn't work because of this. Knight d3, capture the queen. So white will probably end up capturing on d6 in this case. Bishop takes, for instance, some sort of f4. Knight d3 check, you know, king d2. It's once again a really weird position. Knight captures here. I'm not even sure if I mean, what piece white has to capture here. Because rook ac, yeah, probably rook ac1, the natural is the strongest. Right, and then again, if white has the time to run away to b1, he should be doing more than fine. But does he have the time? Well, he probably does. Yeah, black seemingly has nothing better but to castle short. e5 looks a bit scary because of rook d8 stuff. But maybe just king c2, king b1, and yeah, white has to be better here. Right, so hang on a second. So there is queen d4 is a last move in the game, right? Yeah, I've been taught that in fact bishop g2 is the new move. Bishop g2 is the new move here, according to database, and that's quite interesting. So it means this position, no, not this position, that's something silly. This position before bishop g2 has already happened. I can imagine white playing f2, f3, for instance. What's wrong with f2, f3? Let's just defend the pawn safely, go bishop e2, maybe not bishop g2, castle short, all things normal. Bishop g2, as we said, is a new move, but quite a logical one, let's agree. And what I find interesting, that Gelfand barely spent any time reacting to bishop g2. So it must have been, and yeah, as I said, he did play a game with knight b3, with this position, 7th knight b3, with white himself not so long ago. So that means he has to be prepared for this one. And while analyzing, perhaps he has taken a look at bishop g2 and figured out the best reaction, which, at least in his opinion, is queen a6, and now he's thinking of the queen d4. So what did we say? Knight d3 doesn't look all that appealing. There is d7, d6, and there is one more move, which is knight c6, which is back with the knight. Wondering what happens in this case, because I really want to go queen d6 here, and probably should. Yeah, queen d6 looks strong. Queen d6 looks strong, yeah. Perhaps you don't want to do this. Any way to enter some crazy complications like this? Knight to g4. I mean, that's the move to consider. I don't believe in such moves, to be honest, but who knows? So once again, in indirect way, black protects both minor. Well, knight on e5 is protected, and the bishop on b4 can't be taken because of knight d3, right? So for the time being, black doesn't lose material. He targets f2, so knight d3 with knight f2 to follow is an option. White can't castle short. I mean, that would be a winning move for white. If castling short would have been legal in this position, it would just win for white immediately. But it's not. And then, yeah, and then how do you fight with bishop with knight d3 check? Some sort of h3. Well, I mean, we have to check this stuff. h3, knight d3 check, king goes to d2, once again both knights hanging. That's a mess, guys. Knight takes f2, rook f1, and then the g7's hanging, both knights are kind of tied down together. You can capture on c1, and white has nothing else but to recapture with the rook, I guess, with this rook. But still, the knight on f2 is caught, and there is queen g7 threat. And now the bishop is hanging as well. Yeah, I don't think it works for black. No, I don't think any kind of tactic will work for black with his bishop being on c8, his king being in the center, you know. So to queen d4, I'm guessing what black has to do is to play d7, d6. Okay, we'll find out a bit later. Now, Our cameraman attention is on Daniil Yufa and his game with black against Evgeny Nair. 13 moves played already, so let's see what happens there. Oh well, that's a very, very solid line of Caro-Kann. So I'm wondering why do they spend time here, because that still has to be known. Knight f3, knight to d7. And okay, a Caro-Kann with a twist, because h5 of course is the most common way to play this one. So first you play h5, grab more space, then you go for bishop d3. Nair goes for a well-known position, but with his pawn being on h4 and not on h5. Bishop f4, check on a5, that's once again pretty standard. If white develops slowly, then queen c7, castle long is something to consider for black. So bishop f4 prevents queen c7, but then after this check, you kind of do not want to play c2, c3. You go back to d2, queen to c7, castles, knight to f6, knight e4. So all that, once again, all that is known, but with the pawn on h5. Now it's, of course, a task for Daniil Yufa to understand the difference when white's pawn on h4 actually works in white's favor. So I can imagine, you know, something like that. King b1, for instance, and maybe g4, g5 comes a bit faster with pawn on h4 instead of h5. In some lines, it can be some sort of bishop g5 move. I don't know what it does here, for instance, because black might just, you know, play bishop d6 and ignore the stupid piece on a g5. But yeah, but clearly you can't take, for instance, takes, and then h7's hanging, queen h4 is coming. That's too much. It's too much. So might serve this purpose, the pawn on h4, right? And yeah, and for instance, after knight f6, you do not waste time moving the queen away, but you just take bishop captures on f6, and g4, g5 comes quickly in this case. So once again, yeah, this makes sense, and possibly black has to be a little bit more careful, not trading the knights on e4 in such an easy way. Oh well, you probably capture here, go knight f6, go bishop e7, maybe, yeah, once again, queen e2, I'm playing this move almost automatically, but I'm actually not sure if the queen belongs to e2 or somewhere else. Maybe still go for castle long, right? No, wait. If you go for castle long, you're not supposed to play knight f6, as far as I remember. That's really tricky, because I'm not an expert with in this position with a pawn on h5. So I mean, having this pawn on h4, it gets even more confusing. All right. So knight e4, Yufa thinking, and Nair is calm. Yeah. Once again, during yesterday's coverage, I've mentioned the curious detail about Evgeny Nair. So while nowadays being known to many as the coach of Russian national women's team, and yeah, personally, Alexandra Goryachkina, he was one on the team list to prepare her for the match. Interestingly enough, people tend to forget how strong of a player Evgeny Nair is, even though from time to time he still reminds the audience of his, you know, outstanding chess talent. And if you somehow miss the game between Nair and Vishy Anand from Grand Swiss, that's absolutely must watch. Castles long was played, and white has played g2, g3, preparing bishop's appearance on f4. So once again, not having the pawn on h5 helps in some situations, because it's easier to play rook h1 to e1. In some cases, the pawn on h5 won't be hanging. But at the same time, it does create some pressure on black's king side when it's on h5. While on h4, black sooner or later might consider going h5 himself, getting a very nice square on g4 for his pieces. Well, pros and cons, as per usual. You try to be clever in the opening, you might gain something, but inevitably you are giving something away. It's like in a philosophical aspect. If you think of it, like even on the first move, you go d4, you control some central squares, but you lose control over someone. You go e4, once again, black replies with e5, you've lost the opportunity to play d4 immediately. So each single move in chess, unless it's like grabbing your opponent's queen or checkmate in one, it's a sort of compromise between gaining some squares, gaining some possibilities in the position, and at the same time, losing some of those possibilities. All right, so not much to add to this. That's a pretty standard position with the twist, and now it's on Daniil Yufa to figure out what the actual difference is. Once again, for those who join us today, have to remind the main coverage for this tournament, since it's sponsored by Russian Chess Federation, it's held on Gogolevsky Boulevard in the famous chess players' house. I'm not sure how this Central Chess Club is called properly. Anyway, so the main coverage is in Russian language. We have, studio next to this one where I am. We have the live audience, and therefore sometimes the camera image won't match the board I'm talking about. So we are showing Alexei Shirov. I'm still talking about Nayer's game. Let's see, what does Shirov do? Is there any fire on board? Okay, pawn down. Fine. The French defense, played by Semyon Lomasov, young Russian player, against Alexei Shirov, e5. That's a curious choice, because honestly, I'm not 100% sure if that's the main Shirov's weapon against the French. I do remember him playing knight c3, of course, which is, to many of us that would seem like the most challenging move. And after e5, feeling is like black already knows how to, if not equalize, but how to get a decent counterplay here. Interestingly, the queen b6 line, because I remember at some point in my career I was considering playing the French and have played quite a few games. Bishop d7, rook c8 was the system I was looking at. I'm not saying that's a right or wrong choice, but just remember it was kind of in. It was fashionable that time. It was like around 2008, 2009. And queen b6, bishop e2, knight h6 is, something I'm far less familiar with. Castle short. Point being, if black plays knight f5 immediately, applying pressure on d4, then white happily takes on c5. After bishop c5, there is g4, which pushes the knight back to h6. There is b4, so white gets a lot of tempi. Bishop e3, h3 to restrict the knight on h6, is something like that. So that's in case of knight f5. And if black captures on d4 first, it turns out if you recapture with the pawn, the knight f5 is really an issue, because there is no comfortable way to protect the d4 pawn. Therefore, after cd4, white is supposed to capture on h6. That's what Alexei Shirov does. G-h6. I just thought, what happens if black tries to be greedy? Because c takes b2 is an actual threat. And bishop e3, quote-unquote, with the tempo, doesn't really help. Black can capture on b2 with the pawn. black can capture on b2 with the pawn, then promote into a new queen. So I'm guessing the actual move is just to take on c3, play some sort of queen d2, and try for a compensation. You know, queen d2, some knight b5s as a reply to bishop g7 might develop into a dangerous initiative. That's a wrong arrow. Right, anyhow, g takes h6 was played, c takes d4, queen b2, knight b to d2. Well, in fact, white sacrifices 2 pawns, right? So what black can try to do is capture on d4 as well. In this case, I'm not even sure how white's supposed to continue, because typically it would be takes over there and then knight f3, but for this, I mean, for this your queen has to be elsewhere, because, well, if black gets a chance to trade the queens, it's just a winning position with a pair of bishops and a couple of extra pawns. So I'm guessing after knight d4, it's not knight takes d4 for white. And instead you're probably supposed to give a check, so that at least you push the knight back to c6, and then you probably try to win some tempi, like going rook b1, queen to a3, and then some sort of queen f4. So 2 pawns down, but with some attacking prospects. Might be a bit tough for black to finish the development. And Semyon Lomonosov, well, to me he looks a bit surprised with this particular position on the board. Could it be that it's already kind of they left the theoretical, left the book, so to speak, right? So could it be that it's already kind of a fresh position, at least for Semyon Lomonosov? Shirov barely spent any time, roughly 5 minutes, because over there, I mean, if you try to go back a little, knight h6, when you castle short after knight h6, you pretty much accept that after c takes d4, you'll have to capture the knight, and then after queen takes b2, white doesn't really have all that many options. Knight bd2 is forced. So that means, yeah, that's almost by force. I mean, if you play knight h6 as black, then after castle short, you're almost forced in this position. So that makes it even more surprising, the fact that Semyon Lomonosov is thinking. I believe black has to try to take on d4, unless I'm trying to understand if there is something like which would be. Oh, rook b1 is actually a try. Now that I'm thinking of it, rook b1 is an actual try. Point being, if you capture on e2, queen e2, and move the queen to a3, then some sort of queen b5 might be annoying. Bishop to d7, queen to b7, and well, who knows? Black plays rook d8, wants to develop the bishop, e7 or g7, and castle short. White doesn't seem to be on time to create any serious pressure. Rook to c1 perhaps, and rook to c7, that could be an issue. It's like black develops, white goes rook c7, preventing black from castling short. Maybe that's the case, yeah. Alright, so after knight d4, rook b1 could be an alternative to queen a4, the move that I mentioned. But so far, no move from Lomonosov, and this gives us a chance to look at yet another game. We have Alexei Sarana facing Evgeny Tomaszewski. Only 8 moves. Well, Tomaszewski is pondering over his 8th move. Still, the camera is on Lomasov, who still can't decide if he has to take on d4 or not. So the actual position is this one. Right, so let me switch to Sarana and Tomaszewski to find out what happens there. Well, the English opening. The English opening with e5, g2, g3. Well, pretty funny moves order. Knight b6 and e3. This line used to be really popular a few years back. Knight g2, e2, castle short, castles short, and then I'm guessing knight c6. Well, looks quite natural. Then white was trying to play f4, then later on f5 sometimes. So it's not really that great for black to capture, because typically white takes with the knight, and then all of a sudden knight on f4 is nicely placed. Supports the advance of pawn center. And after spending quite some time here, Tomaszewski comes up with quite an interesting reply. Knight 8 to d7. So the knight is heading towards c5 or f6, depends on what white's gonna do. So once again, the main question to me would be, how do you meet f2, f4? Because like you can play knight c5 and then put the knight on d3 and apparently win the pawn back. But is it a good position after, say, knight f4? I doubt it, to be honest. Feeling is white will get a very unpleasant initiative. Doesn't matter how black solves the issue with e5 pawn. You have 2 possible ways. You can capture on e5 immediately, but then d4. And it all seems that black just lost some tempi. Right, hovering around with this knight to c5, d3, e5. Or you can capture on c1, but it's kind of a sad move, right? So once again, you spent 3 moves to capture the bishop, which had no moves at all, right? Knight goes to d3, captures on c1, and this bishop was not possible to move, right? And then white can, white can capture on c1. Knight c4 was the plan, so that to attack 3 pawns here, e5, d2, and b2. But still, this might prove to be very dangerous after, say, knight d5. Yeah, that's just purely bad. Knight d5, rook takes c7 after knight d5. No, this is not how you are supposed to play this position with black. So really, the big question is, how do you meet f4? And the thing is that after f4, very often white would not voluntarily trade on e5, right? So after knight c5, I was capturing the pawn. But if you prepare somehow, if you go bishop d6, then white would consider playing f5. It might develop into an interesting initiative here. Then knight f6, and who knows? I mean, white potentially has a very nice outpost on e4. Maybe just goes there immediately. Knight e4, the other knight to c3. I wonder if I'm confusing, and that's how you're supposed to play with black this position, because honestly I thought knight c6 was the move, but it could be that knight b8 to d7 is just absolutely playable move. The thing, however, well, the fact that Tomaszewski has spent half an hour reaching this position, it's only move 8, kind of suggests the opposite. So he considered knight c6 the main option and thought, no, that's the time to do something different. It was quite interesting. yesterday in his game against Daniil Yufan, Tomaszewski found himself in some sort of a trouble early on after he missed a very nice tactical possibility. Once again, there was a moment where Tomaszewski could have sacrificed the queen and get an advantage. Yeah, but when he got to this unpleasant and seemingly safe for his opponent position, he came up with really, really nice tricks to seize himself an initiative and later on win the game. Right, so once again, well, today's round, at least in the opening, develops quite slowly, I have to say. All right, and a move in Gelfand's game against Yesipenko, d7, d6, the move that I've identified needs to be played, well, quite some time ago, but Boris spent, well, good half an hour reaching this position, and I believe last 20 minutes were spent precisely before this d7, d6. So once again, coming back here, that so far seems to be the most entertaining game out of them all. What I said was white has to capture on d6. Now I'm trying to consider other options. What happens if white actually goes f4 nevertheless? So there is a check on d3, king d2. Once again, let's attack the knight. Yeah, the position is full with tactics. That's incredible. There is no knight c5, right? We just captured the b4 bishop. After knight c1, white once again can capture the b4 bishop, it seems. Probably has the advantage. I mean, white certainly has the advantage here. It's just like almost winning. And honestly, I don't see all that many other tricky moves. Knight d3 should lose to queen b5. Yeah, but you have to trade. And then c7's hanging, the d3 knight's hanging. So f4, check on d3, king d2. You probably will have to trade on c3 in this moment. Well, white actually can consider capturing with the king once again. Or it's too... No, that seems to be too much. Takes with the king, knight c5, pawn takes. And if you... Yeah, well, the king on c3 is really awkward. Queen takes c5 and bishop to d7. Rook c8 is coming. No, that's too much. And if this is too much, that probably means f4 is not the move you want to play. That's too much of a provocation. So then you probably capture on d6. Yeah, cd6. Yeah, I just paid attention to the camera view. Gelfand back to the board, so that means Yesipenko has played his next move pretty quickly as well. So c5 takes d6. And let's see. Yeah, and knight c6 quickly as well. Knight c6 quickly. So that's the difference, right? That's why d6 was played. Because after queen d4, I've mentioned knight c6 as one of the possible candidate moves. But then after queen d6, you're you're really in a disastrous shape here with black. Can't castle, can't develop the bishop. White, among other things, might be threatening bishop f1, almost trapping the queen. Not really trapping the queen, because there is a square on a4, but that'd be quite an annoying move. So yeah, but with the inclusion of d6, c takes, now that this knight c6 move makes much more sense. Problems there. If the queen goes to e3, black seemingly can safely capture on d6. Don't see the reason not to.
And maybe bishop f1 is the reason not to capture. Because now black doesn't have any other square but queen b6. White trades on b6 and might be somewhat better in this resulting endgame. It depends on white's ability of dealing with knight b4 threat. Because at first I thought, yeah, okay, let's play f3, solidify literally everything, and let's just have a better position here. But knight b4 might be somewhat annoying. Is it though? King f2? Maybe not, right? For some reason thought like some knight c2 jumps. No. No big thing. Because, like, structure-wise, white's obviously better, right? Not only because of those double pawns, which certainly are the factor, but at the same time the knight on f6 is, well, somewhat misplaced. Well, very typical pattern, right, once again. So those two pawns restrict the knight on f6. You'll have to relocate it somewhere, like knight to d7 to e5, maybe. That's time-consuming. White's plan is very simple. Bishop to e3, bishop to e2. Get rid of this horse on b4. Put the rook on d1. Very, very nice position. We'll see. Queen d2 and not queen e3, played by Yosipenko. So for the time being, he's trying to be a bit greedy. It's not letting black to capture on d6 that easily. Let me see. Queen e3. The benefit of queen e3 was that if you do not take on d6 immediately, you might not take it at all. And then once again there is bishop f1 as a threat. While with queen d2, yeah, once again let's go back to the actual game. With queen d2, I'm guessing black might want to try knight e5 back. Because with queen on d2, king on e1, knight d3 is fairly annoying, right? Is there any way white prevents the check on d3? I'm not sure. Yeah, knight e5 threatens this knight d3 silly check. Obviously you always have queen d4. Obviously you always have queen d4 and with the repetition, but I don't really think Yosipenko is happy with the draw just yet. I mean, 13 moves played. So maybe he's gonna try it once, queen d2, and if black plays knight e5, he'll return to d4. After knight c6, he will play another move, which is queen to e3. That's the feeling. Queen d2, yeah, it is quite annoying. If you don't play knight e5, you might not be winning the pawn on d6 back at all. We'll see. Yeah, knight e5 seems to be the move to play. We are once again shown the game between Evgeny Nair and Daniil Yufa. So some more moves here. After g3, the knights were traded. Knight f6, queen went to e2, bishop d6. A pretty standard line, once again, with the only difference being the pawn on h4 instead of h5. Bishop to d6, c2, c4. Black in this case, I believe, has to reply with c6, c5. That's how you do it. And yeah, and possibly having the pawn on h4 is actually beneficial for white in this case. Not sure, honestly. No, wait, dc5 is too silly. dc5 shouldn't be played. Should do something else. Should play like king b1 or something. Yeah, dc5, bishop c5 really helps black. So c5 is needed, and a white has to look for an alternative not to capture on c5. But still, it's a bit unexpected. Players spending a lot of time in the position which has to, well, not players, but Yufa. Nair is on 1 hour 32, more than his initial time on the clock. So he blitzed out all that. But Yufa is a Caro-Kann player. I do remember his games in the Caro-Kann, so he has to know what he's doing exactly. And yet again, more than half an hour difference on the clock. Same for... Oh, wait, let me see. So here, almost 40 minutes difference on the clock in White's favor. So first I wanted to figure out the pattern, and I thought maybe the Kings, the more experienced team, is better prepared. But no, it doesn't look this way over here. It does look this way over here, but Gelfand spent more time, Tomaszewski spent more time. So in this particular round, it seemed that White is better prepared. So players with the white pieces brought an early surprise, and then Black is trying to figure out the best way to react. And that's actually very common, stuff like that. So that you go for a known position with a slight twist. You go for a known position with a slight twist. And since we do have the time here, it's classical time control, which gives me the possibility to deviate a little and discuss various things. Like a perfect illustration of playing the known position with the twist would be, we don't have this one, but imagine we are playing the knight of variation. White goes bishop e3, knowing that his opponent has knight g4 as the main reply to bishop e3. So knight g4, bishop g5, h7, h6, and now after bishop h4, let's imagine Black knows everything and he knows how to make a draw. But there is one tricky option here. Bishop c1, back to c1. Black typically replies with knight back to f6. And then you have the starting position of a knight of variation with h7, h6 included. And then, guess what? You can play more or less any other knight of line, trying to make a point that h7, h6 might harm you instead of being a useful move. For instance, this particular position was played in one of Alexander Kryschuk's games against Maxim Vachier-Graf. It was Grand Prix Moscow previous cycle, so not 2019, but I believe it was 17-18 cycle. Could have been 17. Yeah, so it was this and then some sort of bishop d3 and just trying to prove that h7, h6 kind of hurts you in the long run. So stuff like that. And the same thing we have in our game. So instead of including an extra move, White actually doesn't play. So he could have had the pawn on h5 and beat the move. He has the pawn on h4, so now he'll try to show what the difference is and why this difference is in his favor. Bishop to c3 played. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to capture on c5 yourself. You wait for Black to capture on d4, where I guess you probably take with the knight, heading to b5. If Black goes a7, a6, then if Black goes a7, a6, normally you do this. You go to b1 and you want to put the rook on c1 and then some c5, c6 pushes. No, that's how you play it. And I think same logic for Black. So White didn't want to capture on c5. Black will try to postpone the capture on d4 for as long as possible. So he has the opportunity to play something like rook h to e8 first. Not clear what does rook do on e8, but better than on h8, I'm guessing. So once again, standard Caro-Kann, very standard position for this line, but for instance, first difference, for instance. Black goes rook h to e8, White goes rook h to e1. The move which would not be possible in this other line with pawn on h5, because guess what? Black would take the pawn. So already first difference. Right, let me go back to the actual position here. Bishop c3, yeah, you for thinking. Once again, while it is somewhat tricky, but not the most entertaining position just yet, so we'll be back to this one. Let me find out if Lomasov has taken the second pawn against Shirov. I believe he did. Right, we left them over there, and as I said, that it's a bit surprising that Semyon Lomasov was spending time, or spent so much time reaching this position, because if that early in the game you choose to play knight h6, that after castle short you're pretty much forced to go for this. cd4, bishop h6, gh6, cd4. You probably do take the pawn, right? Otherwise white just develops normally, and your kingside structure is somewhat compromised. So you do take the pawn, and then he decided to take the other one. Indeed, rook b1 was Alexei Shirov's move. And instead of capturing on e2, Lomasov decided to take on f3. So knight takes f3, Shirov recaptures with the knight. So now, obviously queen has to go, and in the other line when I was taking on e2, I was going to a3. Now that I'm looking at it, is there any reason for black to have the queen on a3 instead of a2? I mean, it's not that this particular pawn is so important for the time being. Yeah, it's like black already has a bunch of material. So he has 2 pawns, and after queen takes a2, he has 3 pawns. So it's not that much of a difference, because the question is still the same. You survive the onslaught, you win the endgame. If you don't survive, well, it doesn't matter how many extra pawns you have when you're getting checkmate. Right, but it does have some benefits, like having queen on a2 targets the bishop, so white can't really move the queen just yet. And it kind of doesn't hurt, right? I mean, well, just one more pawn kind of doesn't hurt. I assume white's going to continue with bishop b5 anyway. Now, bishop d7 is, or at least looks terrible. Yeah, rook, well, this has to be winning for white. Rook takes f7. All black pieces are undeveloped. The king is under some really serious attack. So after bishop b5, black will have to play this, I'm guessing. King to d8 and try to run away to b8 possibly, or just keep it on d8 as is. You know, black is not without a chance here, it seems. So despite the fact that, yeah, his king is in danger, but so far not that, not that clear what's the direct approach. I mean, white doesn't have the c-pawn, for instance. Now, a move like c2, c4 would have been really nice for white. So you just try to, open up more files. Okay, decides to be reasonable, goes to a3. Maybe it's important to have control over some dark squares, so that after this check, black actually gonna play king to e7, and then, there is an issue with king e7. I was thinking, okay, let's go king e7, play bishop g7 next, bishop g7 next, move the rook, run away with the king. But guess what? King e7 runs into queen d4, followed by queen h4. Really annoying, this one. But you can say, okay, how about bishop g7? So that after this check, black has f7, f6, doesn't have king f8 because of queen d8 checkmate, but has f7, f6. But it still does look terribly dangerous. Rook to c1, then rook c7 seems to be inevitable. Like he probably can play queen a5, but then he even a move like queen g... well, queen g3 might be terribly annoying. Attack the bishop, plus there is a silly threat of rook... well, capture on f6 and rook c7, right? So the queen from g3 does actually serve two purposes. Supports c7 and attacks the bishop. Right, so that's certainly something you don't want to do with black. That's certainly something you don't want to do with black. Let me update it. No, that's a wrong game, pardon. Yeah, queen to a3. So once again, we said bishop b5. And is it good or bad? But black has to put the king on d8 and try to survive like this. King to d8. And then just, well, this king won't be safe anytime soon. That's I'm telling you. But who knows? Maybe black can survive. With queen on a3, there is also a little drawback. White having the second rank. Yeah, that's like queen d2, rook c1, the double on the c file. And why queen d2 and not an immediate queen c2? Because if you start with queen c2, you're giving black a chance to play queen c5 with the tempo. But maybe that's okay as well. So you first force the queen to c5, then you play queen d2, then you win the tempo back with rook c1. That's quite confusing, this kind of logic. Right. If I can tell you something about this position, I can tell you that Alexei Shirov is the right player to handle this one with the white pieces. You know, unbalanced situation, potential to attack the king, that's what Alexei Shirov is famous for. Absolutely sure about it. So I don't know what the result's going to be, but I believe in terms of the opening, that went really, really well for Shirov. Now I'm starting to wonder if you actually have to hurry up with bishop b5. Maybe you don't need it just yet. It's like if you go knight d4, for instance, you almost forced a7, you almost force a7, a6, right? Because now apart from bishop b5, there is also knight b5 threat. So you might want to force a7, a6, and then this kind of things, some threats on f7. Yeah, but then the issue is that black actually might have enough time to run away. Bishop g7, yeah, if you're too relaxed, then maybe black will have the time to run away. Bishop g7, queen to g4, I was thinking, and then castle short. Black seems to be just on time. Rook b3, queen e7, rook g3, and queen to g5. Does that work? Or even f5. Could be f5 as well. So takes with the rook, and black is a couple of moves away. Bishop to d7, king h8, rook, the other rook to f8. Black is solid all of a sudden. Yeah, so not that clear if white can do anything but to give a check on b5. So probably bishop b5 is the move. Okay, once again, some people are not happy with the audio. That's the best I can do, guys. Could it be that it's just like my voice is annoying? Alright, I feel like it's time to switch to something else. And since we have Sarana and Tomaszewski on the screen, shall we? Knight 8 to d7, indeed f4 was played. Black reacted with c7, c6, which, well, Now, once again, if you don't know the theory of this line, and if you're trying to play sane moves, so to speak, it does seem to be a very logical move. White has the bishop on g2, pressurizing black's queen side, the pawn on b7, hanging in some lines, so c6, perfectly logical. King to h1, one of those semi-waiting moves. So can't really say if it will or will not be useful, but yeah, might as well go king h1 so that when the center opens up there won't be any checks on this diagonal. Or maybe g3, g4 will become an issue one day. And f7, f5 played by Tomaszewski. That's quite interesting. So he felt like he needs to restrict White's possibilities a bit. Now, the more I'm looking at it, the more I have difficulties finding the way to proceed for White. Because, well, there is always d4, and it kind of makes more sense since Black committed to f7, f5. Because, for instance, after c6, you could try d4 here. You could try d4 here. But then after cd4, the capture with the pawn literally makes zero sense, right? Knight f6 and f2, f4 is really terrible from positional standpoint. I mean, it's like literally the best move in the position would be f4, f2, just back. So d4 over here is not yet that appealing. After f5, however, maybe that's not such a big issue because, you take with the knight, Black has a strange-looking pawn on f5. But we are running to the different issue because after d4, Black pushes the pawn on e4. Now, White really needs to play g4, otherwise he's in a terrible shape. I mean, like, you play indifferent move, Black plays knight f6, he's just much better. More space, square on d5. So it's kind of the only hope if White ever is able to enter this position, it has to be connected with this. So g4 quickly trying to undermine the center, see how it goes. Because now, for instance, knight f6 is not that comfortable any longer. White captures on f5 and this e4 might become a target. Knight to g3, all of a sudden it gets very, very sharp. So Black needs to sacrifice the pawn on e4, possibly getting some compensation, like after queen d7. Maybe not. Maybe it's just an extra pawn for White. So d4 is something to consider. Apart from that, I'm not really sure what White is supposed to do. Yeah, okay, if it's not d2, d4, what else can we do? Well, can try to capture on e5, knight e5, but then still you're gonna have to get d4, otherwise the knight lands on d3 and you're in a really bad shape. d4, and in this case, well, quite a few attractive squares for the knight. I'm guessing it has to be knight g4, and then if it's chased away, just go to f6 and try to keep control over the light squares in the center. White has a problematic piece, which is the bishop on c1. And kind of when you exchange on e5 and go d4, you lose quite a lot of flexibility of your pawn chain, and that's why you play the English opening, to have everything very, very flexible, right? So, well, Sicilian-like fluid center, mini center with pawns on e3, d3 sometimes. So really not sure how to proceed with White. Does this silly check on b3 make any sense? All of a sudden, not really. I mean, I don't think it's a time to go for some sort of all-in attacks with g4. Might be an idea, you know, like for especially for a blitz game or something. So you sack this, you go f5. Once again, you want to play knight, say knight f6, knight g3. I can imagine if black is somewhat careless, white can, well, will give white some time. White can develop a dangerous attack, but once again, it would work much better if this bishop would have been, say, on g5 and not on c1. The bishop on c1 does absolutely nothing. Anyway, curious what's going to happen. Yeah, f5, white thinking, and I believe that's the first point in the game where Sarana spends his time. Before that, he was playing pretty fast. Some action in Josipenko's game against Gelfand. Let's see. What's happening there? So queen back to d2, knight to e5. That's what I thought will lead to the repetition, but Josipenko one more time proves me wrong. f4, the move. Well, the move that he has played, and once again played pretty quickly, and for the, well, in the current moment, that's almost 1 hour difference on the clock. And you know what? It means Gelfand will be in trouble because he's competing against the computer for the time being. It's like one guy has everything analyzed at home, and you know, I know the feeling. I mean, especially with the level, the depth of preparation, of opening preparation nowadays, it's like not only you have to solve the issue on the board, but also like psychologically you're in very, very unfavorable situation because you keep thinking, oh well, what if I make this move? And when this move looks attractive, so apparently he had looked at it at home, and it almost pushes you towards like second-rate moves just to avoid the preparation. I don't think Gelfand's going to fall for this. I mean, he's of course very experienced player. f4, forcing a check on d3. King goes to d1. Bishop takes c3 in this moment. Well, somewhat puzzling. Why would you? I know. So this way you force white to capture with the pawn. Okay, then it makes sense. So if you would start with knight c1, then after rook takes c1, white is ready to support his d6 pawn with e5, right? d6 pawn cannot be taken. And now bishop c3 doesn't make any sense because white just captures with the rook. So instead, Gelfand first captures on c3, bc3, now he takes on c1. That's the first moment Josipenko thinking. The alternatives, as far as I can imagine, are king c1 or rook c1. Knight c1 doesn't make any sense. Queen c1 loses the d6 pawn with a check, and any kind of fancy moves like knight c5 do not seem to work. That's just like you move the queen attacking the knight, that's enough, right? Queen a5 or c6 or whatever. Right, so this doesn't seem to work. Rook c1 looks quite logical to me. And then if black castles short after e5, it will be really, really tough for him to prove any compensation, I'm afraid. Because I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do here. King c1 is played. Okay. So after knight c1, king c1. Which also makes sense because now black kind of forced to go queen a3, I'm afraid. Because after castle short, apart from e5, there is also king b2, so the king will be safe. And e4, e5 comes where in next move, the king on b2 is much better placed than on d1, of course. Yeah, so king c1, and I assume queen a3, which I said it looks almost forced, might be Yeah, I mean, it's a desirable move to play to prevent white from achieving the king's safety. But at the same time, does it really work after queen b2? Yeah, Gelfand, by the way, played another move, and it's e6, e5. We'll look at this one right in a moment. But yeah, but queen a3 happens to be a terrible mistake. Queen b2, and unless somehow the trade of queens works, because queen d6, e5 is just lost. It's a piece down, right? Looking at it, no, nothing. Yeah, just a piece down. So it could be that you have to trade the queens, and then in order not to resign immediately, you'll have to play e5 here. And then if white captures, in fact, you might have a decent play here. Knight g4, very next move, knight takes e5, and then you have the hope to surround the d6 pawn. But white probably should do something else. And what Gelfand does here, he goes e5 immediately. So e5 was more or less the same idea. You capture here, he's planning to go to g4. Or maybe to give a check for, well, you know what? Now if he goes to g4, there is queen g5 or queen f4, something like that, because the check from a3, white wanted to face with queen b2 when he was only one pawn up. But now, being 2 pawns up, well, I don't care. I just go to c2. And black will really have hard times winning one of the pawns back. I guess Gelfand is in trouble. So one more time. Capture here. Well, maybe knight d7 makes more sense than knight g4. So at the very least, the knight won't be hanging somewhere around there. But still, yeah, well, actually, knight d7 is better. Knight d7 is better. But still, let's say white goes queen d4, guards the pawn, and maybe you can castle and try to play it slow. Maybe you can try to play it slow. Because if white decides to capitalize on one extra pawn, that's actually king b2, the move that I thought white can play, looks a bit awkward now because of queen e2 check. So you probably have to play a move like this first. Rook to e8. And if white wins only one pawn, let's say in this situation, black should be reasonably happy. Because d6 weak, knight c4 is threatening. I do believe black has some sort of counterplay right here. Bishop f1 is a bit annoying, but you get queen c6. And then if you've given time to play bishop e6, you're actually doing fine. So that's, once again, that's a very, very tricky position here. And I believe that's the first moment in the game where Andrei Yosipenko starts to think. That means good news and bad news for Boris Gelfand. So good news, eventually he managed to get his young opponent out of preparation. But at the same time, the bad news might be that, you know, if this is not prepared, that means those particular moves are not recommended by computer. That means those moves are bad. So let's see. Can white actually ignore e5 for the time being? Say, start with king b2 first. Because e5 takes f4 can't be considered a threat after that actually helps white to reach the position he wants. So he goes e5, takes on f4 with the pawn, has an absolutely winning position. 2 pawns, well, 1 pawn up, but it's enough. I mean, as long as it's a protected passed pawn on d6. So after king b2, for instance, black apparently castles short himself. And then maybe somehow you can try to use the fact that you didn't take on e5 just yet. But still, it's hard to imagine. Yeah, you probably should take on e5 sooner or later. Yeah, I was thinking of this. So, kind of stating that I'll be able to defend the d6 pawn, and I'll try to keep the c8 bishop passive, but I don't see the way for white to actually defend the d6 pawn after this. I mean, you have to be a bit careful though, because after say queen g5, you want to play f6 first, because rook takes d6 would be a terrible mistake because of queen e7, attacking this, and rook on d6. F takes e5 plate. F takes e5 plate. I expect the knight to go to d7 and not g4, but I'll see. No, not g4 played, in fact. The reason for that, now that I'm thinking, the reason for that could be knight d7 works just fine if I'm trying to be greedy, if I'm trying to protect the pawn on e5. But it might run into e6. This might be the issue. So white goes e6 here. You have to take, and then, very important, white plays rook f1, preventing the short castle. And this might be too much for black to handle. Because what happens now, it's like nearly all the, all the pieces are terribly placed. White threatens queen g5 and such. Knight f6 runs into e5. No, that'd be terrible. I won't be surprised if Kelvin's position is already bad. At least it looks so. Once again, perhaps that's something I should mention a bit more frequently. I'm trying, and successfully trying during this tournament, not to use any engine, which sometimes, or a lot of times, makes my remarks silly for those who are following the computer analysis, but at the same time, that's my mere attempt to give you the, the chess player's view on the position. So, well, in such categories as this looks dangerous, this looks promising, instead of just numbers. So imagine the commentary. Okay, now he plays e5, and then after f takes e5, it's +2 for white. Who would care for that, right? So f takes e5, knight g4. Here I've declared this one to be terrible. We'll have to reconsider perhaps. Queen g5 though, once again, with the most powerful threat available to one of the sides in the chess game, a threat of checkmate in 1 on e7. Black has no other options but to castle short, and the plan was to go h3, just to get rid of this knight on g4 so that my pawn on e5 is not hanging. So knight f2 is a must, it seems. Rook to f1, attacking the knight. For some reason, I'm not really afraid of any kind of queen a3 checks. Well, queen e2 might be somewhat annoying because knight d3. And then we might reach a position like that. White goes back to d2. Black needs to give a check on d3 in this moment. King c2. Trades the queens. White probably captures with the knight, and after knight e5 goes knight f3. You really want to unblock the e-pawn. Funny enough, in this position, for instance, it might be better for white not to have this e4 pawn at all. So that the bishop works, the e-file is open, you can bring the rook to e1. So that's why it's so important. You go knight f3, you try to unblock the pawn, and sometimes just go e5, sacrifice the pawn, but open the path for your other pieces. So we'll see. It might be something like that. So once again, after knight g4, queen g5 is certainly a move to consider. Queen f4 seemingly serves the same purpose, and then after castle short, it actually works even better, because after h3 there is no knight f2, and you'll have to run away to h6, which probably should be lost for black. But the issue with queen f4 that it doesn't create the above mentioned strongest threat in the chess game. There is no threat of checkmate on e7, so black might want to play queen b5 and win one of the pawns back. Yeah. But once again, the feeling is like it should not work for black. There should be the way. Maybe it's a complex way, and therefore it is hard to find over the board. But there should be, well, the feeling is like should be the way for white to get a huge advantage. Well, there is actually, no, there isn't. I thought some silly line like this, d7, bishop d7, trade, give a check, take the queen, but then if it all ends up with black capturing on e5, your quote-unquote passed pawn on c3 is not a passed pawn but a weak pawn, and black at the very least will have an equal game after knight e5. Alrighty. So queen g5 so far seems to be the most attractive. At the very least, it's kind of the most forcing continuation. So I go to g5, I'm threatening queen e7. After castle short and h3, once again, h3 is not a mandatory move, of course, but, well, at least I'm trying to, to clarify the situation, to play the forcing moves. Knight f2, once again, seems to be a must. Oh, wait a second. Isn't it silly what I'm saying? Because, no, I mean, a lot of stuff I'm saying is silly. Rook f1, knight h3 all of a sudden. And who knows if this knight actually getting trapped or not. I mean, queen h4, the knight's trapped, but there is some stuff like that. Bishop e6. Let's not forget this king is not perfectly safe. I mean, swapping the king with the rook on a1 would have been really nice. Like having the king on a1, rook on c1, I would be much less concerned about my king's safety. But being as it is, so now bishop h3 in fact runs into bishop takes b3, there is a pin on a file and you can't recapture the bishop, and black in fact needs like one move, rook to c8 at some point, and all of a sudden white's king is in terrible danger. Yeah, now for instance queen a3 is a threat. So it might not be that simple. Okay, so let's leave Andrei Yasipenko thinking. We have Evgeny Nair in his game against Daniil Yufa on our screen. As I like to call it, a Caro-Kann, not to be confused with the Catalan, a Caro-Kann with a twist, the twist being the pawn on h4. And once again, for the time being, it does look beneficial for white. So the pawn on h5, once again, is not hanging over there, for instance. Imagine the pawn on h5. So apart from a2 being hanging, h5 would have been hanging as well. Now with the pawn on h4, and once again, for those who have joined us, let me show over here. Knight f3, knight to d7. The main line is to go h5 first, and only then play bishop d3. While in our game, bishop d3 has happened immediately with the pawn on h4. And then over here, or rather one move earlier, we have the familiar position with a little twist that the pawn is on h4. So after bishop c3, black couldn't find anything better but to capture. Bishop d4, not the knight d4 to my surprise. I actually thought that knight d4 with some knight b5 ideas had to be played, but no. Evgeny Nair captures with the bishop, preparing perhaps knight e5 invasion. Queen to a5, a to a3. Once again, a2, a3 is not yet a typical move for white in this sort of Caro-Kann, because much more often he go to b1 with the king and protect the a2 pawn in this way. But perhaps there was something with queen f5 check that Nair didn't like. So a3, and black goes bishop to b8. bishop b8, so perhaps guards a7 just in case, plus stops knight's appearance on e5, because in this case it seems rook takes d4 just works for black. Yeah, rook takes d4 followed by the capture on e5. So no knight e5 just yet. After bishop b8, bishop c3 will be, very likely will be answered with queen f5, so supporting knight e4. So once again, very nicely for black. Knight jumps to e4, queen from f5 guards f7. And once again, in this particular case, it's like white's position all of a sudden starts to fall apart. I mean, those Kurokans, they're quite tricky, because it does look like black plays a set of nonsense moves and tries to defend the passive position. But in fact, I mean, one step wrong and all of a sudden everything falls apart. So you have to really, really be careful and keep things under control. Yeah, I would really like to play knight e5, but I can't see the way to make it work. Yeah, like playing c5 is not that desirable either, because yeah, you do kind of shut down the queen. It's not going to f5, but you surrender the d5 square, which might be very important. I don't know. Hang on a second. What's the actual position here? Bishop b8. Yeah, bishop b8 being the last move. Not that clear what white has to do. Well, maybe, as I keep saying about the benefits of not having the pawn on h5, maybe the move is rook e1 to support knight e5 once again, and explicitly stating that, yeah, see how clever I am. I didn't put my pawn on h5, so it's not hanging, so I'm free to move the rook. And yeah, and for instance, if black does something like standard, moves the rook here, then it does seem to be possible to put the knight on e5. And typically, this is kind of stuff black tries to avoid, because in this case, the knight's position on e5 is that strong that black's kingside majority, so, well, technically black has the majority on the kingside, right? 4 pawns versus 3, but it becomes incredibly hard to move forward, if ever possible. This position, for instance, it's just much better for white. So if rook h e1 is played, black will have to look for the way to either try to prevent knight's appearance on e5, or get ready to meet it with in some strong way. Yeah, for a change, it could be. It could be. Okay, wait a second. So we make a move, knight e5, and maybe over here, once again, since white doesn't have the pawn on h5, so the king side is less committed. Maybe we have the luxury to actually trade the bishop on e5. Trade the rooks, and that's still annoying though. It's kind of still annoying. For instance, like this, it might be a defendable position, but certainly not the pleasant one for black. I mean, if white simply trades, queen d8, and yeah, that's a very, very unpleasant endgame here. Might not be lost, but certainly not something you enjoy playing. Now, I'm wondering what Nair's thinking about, because yeah, rook e1 is a natural move, and other than that, I do have difficulties imagining what White's supposed to do otherwise. Bishop e5 could be a try. So it's trying to swap the bear. Once again, if black captures himself, then after knight e5, knight on e5 is exceptionally strong. It's like a pressure on f7, and you'll have hard times perhaps dealing with this knight. So queen c7 perhaps will be the move. But then again, it's like you've managed to defend f7 for now. But it's really, really hard to get rid of this e5 knight. And this might be the moment where white actually plays h4, h5 with a tempo loss, but already with the knight being established on e5. Alright, so let's leave it to Evgeny Nair. He's thinking, but I still believe he will end up playing rook hg1. Just such a natural move cannot be a bad one. Let's see what happens in Shirov's game against Lomonosov. Well, perhaps the sharpest of them all. Well, not sure. Gerfan's game is also on fire. So the Princess, the youngsters team, is 4 pawns up in this match. 2 sacrificed by Boris Gelfand and 2 pawns sacrificed by Alexei Shirov. Once again, a reminder how did it happen. So the advanced variation of the French, knight h6 was a choice of Semyon Lomonosov, and then after castle short, c takes d4, almost by force we are reaching the position we have on the board. Takes here, takes on d4, yeah, bishop h6 is needed, I've already explained why. Queen b2, knight to d2, and then after spending some time, Lomonosov decided to pick up the gauntlet to capture the second sacrificed pawn. Rook b1, here, oh well, that's an arguable moment because knight takes e2 is one alternative, knight takes f3 is the other. Knight f3, decided not to be ultra greedy, not to capture the a2 pawn as well, went to a3. After bishop b5, indeed you have to play king d8, the one we've discussed, and then queen to d2 was played, a7, a6. Alright, so now the question is, how serious is black threat of capturing the bishop? I mean, it is pretty serious. It's just like, I mean one exact move in particular. Can white start with queen f4? Can white start with queen f4? Threat being queen f6 check, obviously. Because I was considering if black can actually sacrifice an exchange. So check here, then okay, let's imagine king goes to e8, queen takes h8, bishop d7. Yeah, perhaps the the fact that the king is that weak doesn't really allow black, to stay in the game. Knight d4, this is hanging. Who knows? Maybe b4. Maybe black is still fighting there. Black is still fighting. Black's fine on material, right? It's like 3 pawns and a pair of bishops versus knight and rook. Like if we somehow imagine the queens are coming off the board, black is just better. So black is more than fine on material, and I don't think, the fact that white can grab on h7 really helps in this aspect. So it's more of a question if white can deliver the, come up with a decisive attack and deliver the final blow. But nevertheless, after queen f4, black is nowhere near forced, it seems, to allow queen f6. He can play bishop e7, or not sure why would you prefer this, but even queen e7 is an option, which I can't immediately refute. So Shiro is thinking over there, leaving the bishop on b5, like going for any sort of slow attacking moves. I can't imagine working. And if you'll have to move the bishop away, like bishop to rook b3, okay, yeah, that makes sense, intermediate move. Rook to b3, first figuring out where the queen is going. Ah, well, and then he's going to go for queen a5 check if the queen is placed on the wrong square. Yeah, so queen has to go to e7, no choice. So now a check from a5 is met with queen c7 at least. And wait a second, what he can do is queen a4. Does it do anything on a4? That's one tricky position out there. No, you probably first force the queen to e7 and then move the bishop back to e2. It has nothing to do on d3. You don't want it to be captured on b5, so you probably just go back to e2. And it's still very, very awkward for black to develop. The king is really stuck on d8, right? No, castle would be lovely. Any castle. Bishop g7 and long castle king side. I mean, if it makes sense. That'd be really an achievement for black. No, but seriously, this king will have hard times finding safe place on the board. I almost want to play king c7 and say check king b8, but then still, is it safe? And the answer is no, right? Knight d4 and just like all of the white pieces are kicking this king. King goes here and then, I mean, should be something. Let's come up with funny variations. I do understand it's, well, you don't have to fall for this with black, but that's, I believe, a perfect illustration of how it can finish if things are really going wrong for you. So rook b3, queen e7 was played, and I believe now it's a time to go bishop e2. And we've already changed the scope of our camera, and we are looking currently at Yesipenko and Gelfand. Yesipenko already spent like 15 minutes in this position. He's thinking on what to prefer after Gelfand's double pawn sacrifice. So once again, coming back a little bit with the help of informed people in the chat, I've figured out this was still played, I mean, some games. Bishop g2 happened to be a new move. After queen a6, Yesipenko followed he played quite quickly. Queen to d4, d7, d6, once again indirectly protecting the bishop on b4 and directly protecting the knight. After this capture, knight c6, queen back to d2, knight e5. That was Gelfand's attempt to go for a repetition, but it turns out white goes f4 and king to d1. Black perhaps has no time to win the pawn back. At least what Gelfand ended up doing, he has captured on c3, captured on c1, and sacrificed yet another pawn, going e5 after knight g4. Rook d1 was the move. Ah, that's actually clever. That's actually clever. The point of rook d1, as I see it, is that black is not yet happy to capture on e5. Reason for that being queen g5 move, the move I was trying to make in the previous lines. Queen to g5, threatening checkmate in 1, targeting the knight. And after knight c6, well, white has quite a few attractive options. Regrettably, d7 doesn't work. I mean, at first I thought d7 has to win. Rook takes d7, but black has an intermediate queen a3 check. Yeah, king g7 loses to knight c5. But black has, after rook takes d7, has an intermediate queen a3 check. King c2 takes on d7. I don't know. I mean, it might be that white is still winning, but it's far from obvious. So, being white in this game, I'd look for more convincing options, so to speak. So queen g5, knight to g6. But this position looks very, very appealing. One of the reasons being that I'm not in a hurry to kind of win the game on a spot, right? If I manage to get a solid position, it might prove to be enough. Like, for instance, playing a very slow move, king c1 to b2. So now, black still cannot castle, because d6, d7 wins a piece, and apparently the game. I don't see all that much of a counterplay for black. So king b2, and a move like bishop d7 might be answered with e5 as well. So black will have some tricks, but, you know, not that great. Alright, Gelfand decides to castle short. So in addition to all the previous sacrifices, he has sacrificed a piece now, it seems. d6, d7 wins more material for white. Does it? Question mark. I mean, you have to take on d7, that's I'm sure. Queen takes d7, and perhaps the entire point of it is that black has knight e3 move. Otherwise, it's just terrible. So that's what I thought. So knight e3, point being, if you go rook d2, black captures on g2, and you cannot recapture on g2 because queen f1 check. But yeah, but chess is a different game, right? It's not checkers. You are not forced to capture all the time. So after knight e3, for instance, I think of the other move. And there is a move which might prove to be quite annoying. What happens if I go queen d6? That's a very, very annoying strategy. Every now and again, it's like your opponent wins some material and then insists on queen straight. So the point being, if you trade on d6, white captures with the rook, and when you win the bishop on g2, white goes king d2, and I can't think of a sequence of moves that save the knight from g2. So rook g1 being a threat, and a bit slower but still efficient king e2, f2, winning the knight. So this might be an issue, like a calm move like queen d6. So you can't trade, seemingly. You can try queen e2, but then it seems after queen d2 you're facing the same problem, or worse, because now you can't really do much. You have to trade on d1, but that's completely lost. Well, completely lost might be a bit of an overstatement, though. It's like you win the e5 pawn back, so you have the rook versus two minors, and, well, with somewhat ragged structure for white, but yeah, objectively there shouldn't be too much doubt about the evaluation of this. I mean, you do have practical chances and when you take on e5 and can try to survive, but the position itself does look terrible. d7, very principled. A piece up by move 20 seems to be a very good scenario for Andrei Yesipenko. Let's see. Well, you're supposed to take with black. No other options, really. Bishop takes, queen takes. Hang on a second. Is there a check over here that I've completely forgotten? So you start with queen a3 check. That's important. Start with queen a3 check, so that white actually has to go to b1. And no, he didn't. He actually went knight e3 first. So I'm pretty curious. So queen a3 check, king to b1, and only then playing knight e3. What's the problem with that one? Or is there a problem with that one? because now I no longer feel that safe, let's say, in this variation. After queen d2, black capturing the rook, going rook d8. I mean, it's pretty awkward having those rook on a1, king on b1 stuff. It might have been an alternative, because after knight e3, I'm really wondering if queen d6 doesn't win. That's kind of important, because, yeah, now queen a3 is one additional threat, right? Now, I don't believe in black's position, honestly. Do understand Gelfand's point, but it doesn't seem to work. Alright, after queen d6, any alternative here, like b7, b6, maybe? Maybe that's the solution. So now the bishop is still... well, I keep saying the bishop on g2 is hanging. I believe it's not, strangely. It's like, if you promise that your next move is knight g2, I won't really care much, it seems. Won't really care much. It's kind of least of my worries, the knight takes g2 move. Now, I mean, it's really hard to believe black has enough. With that many defensive options for white, it's really hard to believe black has enough. But yeah, but of course, really complex position, that one. And the situation on the clock is no longer that dramatic. It's 54 minutes left for Andrei Yusupenko, still 37, and it's never been too much less. It's been Gelfand been on 36 minutes now. Last few moves he has played a tempo, so managed to collect some of those precious 30 seconds increment. And it's move number 21, so 19 moves to the time control with 37 minutes. Well, not a desperate situation on the clock. Alright, so 10 minutes to an hour to 5 p.m. here in Moscow, so almost 2 hours of broadcast. A quick overview, and I'll leave you guys for a few minutes. Here, as I said, I do believe it has to be winning for white, but still quite complex. Sarana against Tomaszewski, the tension is only building up. That's the least advanced game, it's only 13 moves. Tomaszewski has spent quite a lot of time here. Well, Sarana eventually went for d to d4. It's quite interesting. d4, e4, and knight d4 was played. So d4, and black decided not to go e4, that's what I said. E takes, knight f6, b3, and bishop to c5. Quite curious how this is going to unfold. I assume the point of bishop c5 is black actually wouldn't mind to take the knight, especially in case of bishop b2. Just capture here, put the knight on d5, say your bishop on b2 is silly. So it looks pretty solid, but I don't really think white has any issues just yet. Has to be a bit careful. Maybe not to allow bishop d4 in such a favorable circumstances. Okay, what you can do with white is if you can play bishop b2, after bishop d4, capture on d5 with the queen, trade the queens, and try to go for an opposite colors, right? Like knight d5 would pretty much mean a draw straight off. Maybe that's one of the options. Then Shirov against Lomasov, we've managed to establish that looks like a very dangerous position for black, but still it's yet to be seen the exact way white has to finish his attack off. And Evgeny Nair against Daniil Yufa eventually came up with c5 move instead of rook he1, the move that I was advocating, and black replied with queen a4, once again indirectly fighting with knight f3 to e5. This this time directly fighting with knight to e5 because the bishop on d4 is currently hanging. So with black getting control over the d5 square, I believe he's not doing all that bad. But yeah, still the fight is in front of us, of course. Half an hour for Yufa, almost an hour for Evgeny Nair in this one, 21 moves played. So today's round seems to be like really slowly paced. So early surprises in the opening, which caused, the game to sort of postpone the entire fight to the middle game. Not that many moves played, which promises us, well, quite an interesting chess in next couple of hours, and especially closer to the time trouble stage. So I believe I'll make a short break right now. We'll be back in some 10 minutes, and we'll continue with Nutcracker tournament round 2.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to round 2 of Nutcracker 2020. Back from a break that took a little bit longer than expected, but finally everything seems to be okay. We can continue, and I'd like to continue with the game I so far paid the least attention to. The game between Alexei Sarana and Evgeny Tomashevsky. Yeah, let's not forget Tomashevsky. Some people in the chat yesterday were doubting if he's in his place representing the team of kings, not because he's not strong enough, but he's not old enough, so to speak. Yeah. Well, we used to see him, well, as the young talent not so long ago. But already quite an established titled player, 2 times Russian champion, current Russian champion, and he is the leader of the tournament, right? Well, it is a team competition, but still, well, people like to keep track of who has the best result and so on. So Tomashevsky so far 1 out of 1, with a win with the black pieces in the first round. Repeats the black in the second round. Let's see what he can do today. So a reminder: there was an English opening in his game against Alexei Sarana. Knight to d7, f4, c6. We've seen this one. Right. White went for king h1, and Tomashevsky replied with f5. d4. C takes, knight takes, knight to f6, b2, b3, bishop went to c5, bishop b2. No, wait a sec. Wasn't like this. Yeah, queen to d3 to start with, bishop to e6. Well, was this queen d3 a tempo loss? That's what I'm guessing. Might have missed bishop e6. That's the trick. Because you can't take, yeah, the queen is hanging on. The queen is hanging on d3. Bishop to b2. Bishop takes d4. E takes d4. Black goes queen d7. Black will get a chance to establish a very, very nice blockade on the light squares. Rook fe1 and rook f to e8. Not being in a hurry to put the knight on d5. I'm guessing rook e5 is met with knight g4. Rook e5 is met with knight g4. And potentially, after black's knight's appearance on d5 and a swap of some minor pieces, white will be left with a really, really silly bishop on b2. So it does look like it's black whose position is already somewhat more pleasant. White's last move, king h1 to g1, kind of underlines the fact. Yeah, I mean, if in a position with with a board full of pieces, if you have to return the king back in after, say, 5 moves, yeah. So king h1 was played just 5 moves ago. It's like if white doesn't have any better stuff to do. But it turns out, yeah, there were some tactical tricks connect with knight g4, knight f2, so king g1 apparently is a useful move. So imagine black going knight d5, and if white decides to capture, bishop d5. Right, and if you allow black to make one more move, namely knight to e4 or bishop to e4 and knight d5, then white's position is just terrible. So white's only hope is to put the rook on e5 and try to hold it there for as long as possible. And the question is if rook is stable enough on e5. Apparently not, because black has this knight g4 move. You can't capture on f5 because knight e3. There is not enough compensation if you leave the rook on e5, sacrificing the exchanges. Well, it's thematic, but it's not the case. It's not the case. You can't leave the rook on e5. So you'll have to trade, and after rook e8, it's just a terrible position. Queen is coming to d5, knight heading towards e3.
I don't think White's going to enjoy it. So Tomaszewski, for a second game in a row with Black, has a very promising position. Okay, and I believe big things happening in Gelfand's game against Yosipenko. That was the sharpest game out of them all. Alright, so the sharpest game so far is Yosipenko against Gelfand. To remind you, Gelfand has sacrificed a couple of pawns, and in this position he went even further. Well, the position was desperate and needed desperate measures, so he castled short, sacrificing the piece after d7, bishop d7, queen d7. So let's see how this unfolds. After knight e3, wait a second. Yeah, knight e3 was played. Rook went to first queen d6. Yeah, that's the move I was looking at. Yeah, queen to d6, b7, b6. Perhaps is the only move not to keep the queens on the board. Rook d2 then. Rook a to c8, and bishop goes to h3. Wait a second. Rook takes c3. Is he? Well, the feeling is like young gentleman is planning to sacrifice the queen by going king b2 in this case. Knight c4 check, king takes on c3, knight d6, e takes d6. So White is getting a bunch of pieces. He controls pretty much the entire board. It's very important to have this bishop controlling c8. The very next move might be d7, and well, worth mentioning that all of White pieces there are no loose pieces in White's position. Like this rook on a1 is protected, let's just say. In no line there will be some check on the diagonal and win the rook for Black. So Black might win the queen but lose the game in this case. It could be something that Gelfand has missed. Bishop h3, and I'm not sure if Black has any way to, any other way to continue, because the rook is hanging on c8, right? So it's not like you can play knight c4, for instance. White can capture on c8, be a piece up, or the whole rook up, because the queen will be hanging as well. So you're pretty much forced to enter this variation. And then White might try a greedy approach by going king b1, but that seems to be a bit scary. That seems to be a bit scary. Knight to c4, and then, well, you don't really like playing with the king on b1, rook on a1. So I'd prefer a move with the tempo, which is king to b2, and then once again the rook's attacked, so it's very unlikely that you have any other move but knight c4, winning the queen. And this seems to be a winning position for White. Yeah, he takes. Well, interesting. And as I said, today's round is something special. So all the games are developing really, really slow. 24 moves, the most developed game here. Nair against Yufa. Actually, Evgeny Nair on your screen, so we might as well switch to his game. It's 23 moves played. What do we have here? Rook to d8, rook h e1 finally. Rook to d5. And White decided to capture on f6 this moment. Rook takes d1 with a check. And now Nair is thinking, and I can understand why. So it's a choice between trading the queens off with queen takes d1 or keeping them on the board. So queen to d1 forces Black to trade the queens on d1. Yeah, any sort of check on c4 is answered with bishop c3, so you have to trade. Rook takes, I would assume. G takes f6. And this leads to a really, really complex ending, which is tough to assess. So black structure is somewhat damaged. It's not a disaster per se, but his pieces are awkwardly placed. So yeah, those double pawns might not look all that weak, right? But the bishop on b8 is misplaced, seriously. So it's like if you have the pawn on f5 and this bishop all of a sudden is on f6, you're in much better shape. But yeah, but with the bishop on b8 doing nothing, it might tend to be a problematic position for black. So that's one alternative. The other one, well, pretty much the same, but to capture with the rook, so that after gf6 you might have some active moves like rook d4 with the tempo. But again, it's really hard to say if you should keep the queen. Oh, yeah, well, this also looks promising. Like you go rook d4, after queen c6 you might want to play rook c4, planning for knight d4 and eventually breaking, well, going in with c5, c6. That's something that might be considered by Evgeny Nair. So queen takes d1, simple, playing an endgame. You can't, well, more or less cannot lose it, but the question if you can or cannot win it, right? Or take with the rook, keep the queens on the board, maybe keep some attacking chances, but your own king on c1, let's say in this line, is also not absolutely safe. So there might be some counter chances for black. Yeah, the bishop is terrible on b8 nevertheless. Still, the decision is not taken. The rook is still on d1. Nair is thinking. We are shown Alexei Shirov and Semyon Lomasov. That's a very interesting game as well. Shirov sacrificing a couple of pawns early. And that was the last position we've seen, I believe. King went to e8, rook to c1 and queen to d8. And that's one picturesque position. It's almost like black didn't move at all. But more than that, he lost the castle, right? Honestly, it would have been better if black didn't move the king, didn't touch the king at all, so at least he would have a chance to play bishop g7 and castle short. So Alexei Shirov decides to play it slow. Apparently there was no direct way to crush through, so a4, restricting black's options of playing b7, b5. And why you might want to play a4, because, well, there is one sort of a direct way to, or direct target to attack is the f7 pawn, right? So something like knight to d4, bishop to h5, rook to f3, for instance, targeting the f7 pawn. So after knight d4, one of the things black can do, black has some moves. There is queen g5, for instance. One of the things black can do is to go b5 and in some versions leave the rook to f7, to a7 to guard f7 like this. Rook a7, rook f7. Well, not to blunder knight c6, of course. Yeah, but it does seem that b7, b5 will be an improvement to black's position. Therefore, a4 played, and after rook g8, h2, h3 played. Very slow-paced move, which is even more impressive. Kind of underlining black's main problem. It's not an immediate danger to his king or something, but like it's impossible to mobilize. Well, it's not a lack of development for black, but it's impossibility of mobilizing the pieces. That's what hurts him. h3 covering g4 square, so no rook lifts. No rook g4, rook e4, or c4 in some lines. It's like trying to achieve some sort of total paralysis, if you like. So black barely can move his pieces. And yeah, and you can't really think of artificial castle of some sort for black. It's like, it's so time consuming. I mean, I can imagine it would be lovely to end up with the king on h8, but it doesn't add up. I mean, how do you make it happen? You go bishop e7, you lose the h6 pawn. Bishop g7, the bishop is on the way. So you can play bishop g7, king f8, but what's next? It's really, really awkward position, and the concept of Alexei Shirov is really impressive. So you don't really need to win this immediately. That's what he's trying to say. So just like improve your position slowly and make sure your opponent has literally zero counterplay out there. Yeah, this h3, I mean, if it ends up working, if white ends up winning this one, that's really, really a beautiful move. And it's really problematic for black, like, not only like dealing with the threats, but literally making each single move is somewhat problematic. There's less and less sane moves left. Okay. I would imagine bishop d7, bishop c6 would be an improvement to black's position, but first you have to guard the b7 pawn. How do you do it? I have no idea. Like rook b8 runs into an immediate bishop takes a6. Rook to a7, queen c2, targeting the bishop, targeting the h7 pawn. So that after bishop d7, queen h7. Okay, this might be playable, right? Rook g7 and hoping to sneak on a4, but again, white goes back, targets b7. There is still no bishop c6 because rook c6. No bishop c6 because rook c6 and rook b8 later on. That's one terrible position for Lomonosov. And yeah, and that leaves me puzzled because I keep saying the same thing, that it was Semyon Lomonosov's choice as early as move 6 to go for this knight h6 and c takes d4 afterwards. Where after bishop h6 we more or less by force get the position we've gotten in the game. Well, the question could be if he had to take the other pawn on d4. Because maybe this one would have been playable. Like you go to g7, you castle short, at least you make sure you castle. Because I don't really think white has any option not to let black castle here. It might have been dangerous still though. Yeah, but when he has captured the other pawn on d4, it's pretty much by force we get this position, which does look fairly dangerous for black. Check, king to d8, queen d2. Believe very important inclusion of rook b3 and back to e2, and that's sort of ironic the way black is trying to untie his pieces by putting all of his stuff on the initial squares, king to e8 and queen to d8, a4, rook goes here, and h3. Black went h5. Okay. So maybe he's hopeful of lifting the rook, lifting the bishop to h6, and then running away with the king. Maybe that's the way black is trying to untie his forces. But yeah, but this does look pretty scary. Right, so let me try to switch to something else. After h5, I do believe white's position is really, really favorable. Nair against Ufa has slight advantage. Shirov, I would say, has close to decisive advantage, but of course the precision is still needed. Tomaszewski has no problem whatsoever against Sarana, and it's only Gelfand from the team of kings who does have some problems, or serious problems, should I say. Turns out there was nothing better after bishop h3 but to go for this line we were discussing. Let me see. Yeah, after bishop h3, Gelfand ended up playing rook c3, and indeed king b2 was a choice. Knight c4 check, knight d6, pawn takes on d6, queen a3, trying to, prevent white from the utmost comfort. So queen a3, because if you'd allow king b2, that's the big game over, right? So the king would be safe, all the pieces would be untied. So queen a3 at least kind of makes life a bit awkward for white. But only a bit, right? Because what you can do is play d7 with a very clear threat of promoting this pawn. And after rook d8, I wonder if you can actually do this. King d3 and then to e2 and all the way back to the short castle position. Well, you have to be careful though. After queen d6, if you go king e2, there is queen h6. All of a sudden the bishop's targeted, the h2 pawn is targeted. But yeah, but even this one, what's the material there? It might turn out that white is just winning by force, like something like this. Rook to c1, rook to c8. Now if rook c8, obviously d8, rook, and not the queen. That's very important. Yeah, after rook c8, so black does have quite a few checks, starting with this one, and then this one, but I was hoping that sooner or later he'll run out of checks. Check over here, check on e5, and this happens to be the last check. Apparently, white goes knight d4. Now you'll have to guard the rook on d8, or you're lost immediately. Then white trades. It goes there. Check on f6 though. That's a bit annoying. I mean, it's a long line and probably very likely there have been some mistakes on the way to reaching this position, but still. So those are the dangers. That's basically something white would prefer to avoid, even if it's winning. It's like you want to win such positions in a very calm fashion. Like your pieces are too many, so why bother sacrificing some of them and calculating variations? I mean, why to do that if you can just proceed slowly? d7, rook d8 was played, and rook to c1, which is a very nice point. So preparing rook c8, potential rook c8. So black's only counterplay is connect with a5 and then a4 on the very next move. But then after king d3, a4, rook c8, black has nothing else but to resign. You go a4, white plays rook c8. That's it. After this check, there is knight d4. Yeah, that will be a crushing victory. That's quite impressive. So I'm still not sure till what move the opening analysis for Andrei Yesipenko went, but it's really, really nice illustration of what happens if you enter the sharp line and your opponent out prepares you. So this might bring this game might bring the lead to the team of Princes, the younger team, in this second round, but the Kings have all the chances to level the score and maybe even win today's mini match, because Shirov has a very promising position, and let's see, I was thinking Tomaszewski has a very decent position there. After king to d1, for some reason Evgeny Tomaszewski decided not to play knight d5, but instead went for rook a to d8. Also seems to be a reasonable move. Rook a to d1, bishop to f7, rook e5, knight g4. As we agreed, that's kind of our standard reaction to rook e5. We go knight g4, trying to extract the rook from the outpost on e5. Rook e8 happen, and d4, d5. is the move. So now, the question is there any way for black to win material? I mean, you can take on d5 twice, 3 times, and over here white cannot really capture the pawn. White cannot really capture the pawn. That's quite easy, right? A check here, and then the bishop is gone. However, if this position happens on the board, I'm guessing white will have quite a decent chance to save the game with bishop to d4. Bishop d4, getting control over e3 square, that's perhaps the most important. Attacking the a7 pawn. If black takes care of his a7 pawn, either playing a6 or b6, doesn't matter, then h2, h3. Now, knight f6 is just a silly move. Knight e3 runs into rook e1, so you're left with knight h6, and then something along the lines of king f2, or possibly even bishop e5. Possibly even bishop e5, and then king runs quickly. White might not be worse at all. I mean, that's my point. I mean, white's position might be absolutely playable. So therefore, after d5, I'd be looking for alternatives for black, if there are any. The problem, however, is that the only sane alternative, which is knight e3, runs into d takes c6, where your queen's hanging, so you're in no time to take the rook on d1, regrettably. You're absolutely in no time to take the rook. And imagine it would have been a pawn on g2, that it might have been some knight d1 takes and rook e1 check, and imagine that's the pawn on g2 and not the bishop. But no, in our case, nothing works. After d6, you'll have to trade over here, you'll have to trade on g2. Doesn't look like any promising for black. So after d5, you're pretty much forced to take. Take with the knight, knight takes. Once again, it's very unlikely you'll find any sort of intermediate moves, because knight f6, so you capture. Hang on a second, can you take with the pawn right here, so that you keep a pair of, one more pair of pieces on the board? That could be interesting. Or keeping the bishop on f7, however, it's not such a promising option. What you probably should do is take on d5 with the bishop, and then take. Maybe this works. Okay, this might work. So you take with the bishop, then take with the pawn. So as we've already established, the capture on d5, like total exchange on d5, loses to rook e1, rook e2. But it could be still playable, this bishop d4 thing. That's blocking the d5 pawn, and then h3. Yes, certainly some compensation for white, and kudos to Alexei Sarana identifying the moment where he has to go for d5. Tomaszewski thinking he's down to 10 minutes, so we have a big time trouble incoming, it seems. It's move 22 for black to play, so it's far, far away from reaching move 40. Evgeny Nair has made his decision against Daniil Yufa. After rook d1, he went for the queen straight, queen d1, and he has taken with the king. Alright, so perhaps a wise decision to keep the rooks on the board. After gf6, he went for king e2, and now he won't play rook d1 and trade the rooks on the d file. I do assume that black's gonna play something like rook d8, but he'll use his rook to try to support his majority push on the king queen side. The rook to c1, b4. it's hard to succeed in such cases against the bishop, and especially with black king being on the queen side itself. So the king on c8 will potentially be a very valuable piece fighting white's passed pawn. But still, that's the way you have to do it. That's the way you have to try to do it with white. The rook d8. I assume some sort of rook c1, so that's relatively calm game compared to the other three, to be honest. Yeah, well, Gelfand, Yasipenko versus Gelfand is absolutely wild. Shirov against Lomasov, once again, a lot of sacrifices. Sarana and Tomaszewski are getting the position somewhat, somewhat sharper. While here, that's like a technical endgame play. Rook to d8, b2, b4 to start with. So still keeping an option of playing rook d1, swapping the rooks. And as I said, yeah, black's bishop on b8 is kind of the main issue here. Could be that he has to try to play some sort of b6, to get some pawns exchanged as early as possible, not letting white to build up the position. So the danger of, I just play a6, right? The danger of keeping the rooks on the board. The white, not keeping the rooks on it, like keeping the bishop passive, keeping those pawns there. If white manages to trade the rooks, potentially this g3, g4 might be very annoying. White might have a chance to get one passed pawn on the king side, one passed pawn on the queen side. It will be tough for black to deal with. So imagine king goes back to e2, then d3 something, knight to d4, and g4 in the right moment. So I'd be somewhat concerned about this position. Really some problems to be solved for Daniel Yufa. And once again, the camera is on Boris Gelfand, rather his opponent, Andrei Yasipenko. Boris just made his next move, which was g7, g6. After rook c1. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, rook to c1 and g7, g6. How is he planning to survive there? King d3 question mark, and then rook goes there. Yeah, I'm afraid you'll end up in such situation. Rook c8, and you have to play this, and with white having bishop, rook, and knight against the queen, and the pawn on d7, and your queen being passive on d8, I don't think it's possible to survive this kind of position. So after g6, what could be the plan for Gelfand? Once again, king to d3. Is it ever king f8 and try to block it with the king? No, but then you just lose immediately after rook c2 and rook c8. Which is actually the case in the other version as well, right? We kind of have this f5 thing, but it's really hard to believe it's possible to survive something like that. No, that has to be completely lost. Has to be completely lost. And after king d3, if you ever, coming back to the actual position, the king d3, if you ever want to give a check on d6, it's always going to be knight d6. Knight d4. Maybe that's your chance. Maybe that's your chance. You capture on d7, and you try to play this position, which should be winning for white, of course. But hang on. Am I being silly? King d... where's the position? g6, king d3. Right. just understood. Queen d6 check. There is no need for knight d4, you can go king e2, because knight d4, you're actually forced to go back after queen a3. No, knight d4 is not the move. Queen d6, once again jumping to some wrong positions, yeah. g6, still king d3 is the most straightforward way to try to win this game. You probably should do this. Yeah, not much to add to this. Because if you spend one more tempo, like I thought maybe rook c2, so that to play rook d3 to hide the king on d2, so to make it slower but with more comfort. But after a5, there is also a threat of a4 already. Yeah, so you have to hurry up. You have to hurry up a bit, and in this regard, king d3 seems to be the move to play. Oh wait, king d3, is he running into a 5 straight off? Maybe that's the case. Or not, no, I mean, there is always rook c8, right? Not really. Oh well, that's a brilliant defense. Queen a6 check. I thought rook c8 like pinning the rook winning the game, but there is queen a6 check. So that after king a3, rook takes. The fact that there is no back rank checkmate makes it so that, yeah, d8 no longer makes any sense. You'll have to take on c. Well, that's an absolutely unclear position. I mean, compared to the situation that it was with pawn on d7, that's an absolutely unclear position. So, in fact, I no longer like my king d3. White should look for the better, the more convincing way to win. And could it be that it was the more convincing way to win? Could it be that it was an immediate king d3, king e2? Because that would not give black a chance to go for f7, f5. It's like you do this, and after g6, your king is already on e2. So the pawn is defended, so there is no f5. Still awkward though, queen to e7, and black wants f5, and black wants to capture on e4. Maybe it's not that desperate for black, since I've realized the idea of Boris Gelfand. So that indeed after king d3 he can meet with f7, f5. It makes it really, really tricky. King d3 played nevertheless. We'll find out right now. So one more time. f5, and I said rook to c8 is met with queen a6 check, right? King e3 question mark? King a3 first, but that disallows for queen e7. So again, that's something you can't really like with white. d7's hanging, e4's hanging. All of a sudden it turns to be a tricky position. I expect Gelfand to play f5 and yet not... Yeah, f5 played pretty soon. Let's see, some development in the other game, and this time we are shown Shirov-Lomasov. Lomasov, at some point in the game, it looked like he was really, really low on time, but now the time's almost equal. Shirov on 18 minutes, 16 and a half for Semyon Lomasov. After h5, Shirov continued in his very slow manner, trying to really underline how hopeless black's position is. After h4, rook goes to b6, rook g7, queen d4. That's the position. So black is barely moving, and finally white might start having some... bishop is not moving like this. What I wanted to show was bishop to d1 and to a4, so that's one of the possible ways to reroute the pieces. Or maybe that's the moment where black can actually try to run away with the king. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Bishop to e7, tries to run to g8, knight to h2 played. So knight is coming to g4 and f6. Knight g4, knight f6, if allowed. So black is 2 pawns up, but for the luxury of moving the c8 bishop, he will have to part with the b7 pawn. And his kingside structure is weak, and he has 0 counterplay. It almost feels like it's white who has more material. That poorly black pieces are placed. I wouldn't like to have black in this position. I mean, it's like, can't imagine every single move you have to watch out for so many things. You probably play king f8. Not that you have any other ideas. So you do play king f8. After knight g4, you desperately look for a move that would be possible to describe as remotely making sense, and you actually don't find it, it seems. So white installs the knight on f6 and then threatens to capture the pawn on h4. Like for instance in this line. So the king made a really long journey, but doesn't really help all that much for black. Queen takes, and still h7 is about to fall after bishop d3, or the rook lift to g3, for instance. In a really tough spot for Semyon Lomonosov. So let's come up with the predictions. Nair and Ufa. So for a second time, Daniil Ufa might be involved in the longest game of the round. So move 30. The endgame, rooks are traded as well, so inevitably we'll make it to a time control. I don't expect no draw agreement, neither player winning within next 10 moves, and none of them is going to lose on time. The position is just not complex enough for that. So that might as well be the longest game of the round, unless Evgeny Tomaszewski has something to say about it. That's his position against Sarana. So the pawn on d5 was taken twice for the time being. Remember, we were discussing the question how many times black has to take on d5. So now we have the bishop on d5, so the choice is limited to queen takes or pawn takes, basically keeping the queens on the board or playing the pure endgame. But in the endgame, as it seems after bishop d4, it's really hard to imagine black winning this one. So the bishop really proves to be superior over this knight. Yeah. It's like I start looking at lines like rook e2, just desperately trying to play for some sort of a kingside attack, but I don't really believe such things. You do this. Knight h2. That's funny. Knight h2, bishop f2, knight f3, king g2, knight d2, and all of a sudden white is almost paralyzed. Okay, if black reaches this position, actually quite a decent chance he might win. So white better look for some other reaction to knight h2, which might be capture the a7 pawn first. White, I would assume, takes on a7, bishop f2, same check on f3, king g2, knight d2, targets b3, still up pawn, and knight e4 is a threat. Well, actually, this might be the way to go for black. This might be the way to go. So you're getting rid of the queens, right, after queen takes d5. Getting rid of the queens, and, well, you play for two results. And one of those results, your victory is not that impossible. But yeah, but once again, shows the class, the fact that Evgeny Tomaszewski is spending time here over the recapture, right? So he clearly identified this one as the one of the turning points in the game, and yeah, because from that moment, doesn't matter what decision you take with the pawn or the queen, the position is defined, and it's much easier to come up with the moves. And I can see some action in Yesipenko's game against Gelfand. After f5, king to e3, queen e7, rook c8, check here, king f2. So quite a few moves played pretty quickly. It might be that Andrei Yesipenko just has everything calculated. Queen to e7, and then white can trade on d8, make sure the queen is paralyzed, go there, go there, go there, and go there. I don't really think black has something against such plan. Or, hang on a second, do you actually need bishop f1? It might be enough to go rook d4. The queen is paralyzed, right? And then wait. One square further. Rook d5, knight d4, knight c6, d8 queen. That's the plan. Seems completely winning. Or, now that I'm thinking of it, you don't need to take on d8 just yet. You might as well start with rook d5. I don't know what for, but you might as well start with rook d5. No checks for black. After king g7 or f7, whatever, you trade, and then you go to d4. Yeah, it was kind of better to put the king on f7, but it doesn't help. So yeah, seems to be absolutely winning for Andrei Yesipenko, and as I've already mentioned a few times, that's an impressive game. Simply crushing Boris Gelfand. So it's move 33. I have little doubt this one is winning. Well, Yesipenko decided otherwise. So he goes bishop g2, which is another possible plan. Put the bishop on c6, go rook e2, go rook e8. Once again, not much black can do about it. So as I said, I have little doubt this one is a winning position for white. And it seems it was winning around move 20 already. King to g7. So what? We trade on d8? Or are there any... Is there a need to go for something else? No, rook takes d8 played, queen takes d8 played. So now bishop to c6, followed by rook's invasion to the 8th rank. So it seems, yeah, as I said, this will bring the princes the lead in this particular round. This will tie the match, this victory of Andrei Yesipenko. Sarana might escape against Tomaszewski, it seems. He's getting a very decent chances of surviving. So it will be up to Evgeny Nair against Daniil Yufa, and obviously Alexei Shirov against Simeon Lomasov. So Shirov has very good chances, of course, to upset the youngsters and to tie today's match and still keep the lead in the overall score. Well, we have Nair and Yufa on the camera. Well, so far, no big surprises. this trade we've seen. King d7 goes to c6, goes to d5. White goes with king d3. Still, the bishop is terrible. Can't stress this enough. The bishop's terrible. The king will not, well, that's kind of a thing to regret, but the king will not, it's not stable enough on e5, it seems. So white will be able to remaneuver the knight this way or another to c3 or e3. You know what could be a principal thing, like bishop e5, knight b5, and a7, a6. Yeah, and I think, yeah, we switched the camera, and I think it's official. Yesipenko wins against Gelfand after bishop g2, king to g7, a trade on d8, and rook d5. Turns out there is absolutely no way to fight with knight d4 and knight to c6. Really impressive bit of opening preparation, and then, well, very nice technique by young gentleman. So Yesipenko wins, and for the time being, the score in the match is tied. It's 5 points each team. Once again, a reminder that the classical games are using the 2 for win, 1 for draw system of points calculation. Okay, so this leaves us with 3 games, and as I said, in a couple of them, the king, maybe in all 3 of them, the kings are the side who is playing for a win. So one more time, checking one by one. Tomaszewski against Sarana. The queens were traded on d5. After h3, Tomaszewski plays rook e2 intermediate first to bishop d4. Yes, it was actually White's choice to start with h3 and not with bishop d4. But it came to the same position, bishop to d4. Here I was, well, mildly curious about knight h2. But Evgeny Tomaszewski just played knight f6. Bishop takes, g takes, rook d5. I don't really think there is anything to play for. Rook a2, and then the easiest... I'm not sure if White is the side who is fighting for a draw, but yeah, the easiest way is the one that Alexei Sarana just went for. A check on d8, not even to f7, but to g7. A check on d7, king g6, and takes on b7. I believe a draw will be agreed anytime soon. Okay, so still leaves me wonder if Tomaszewski could squeeze a bit more out of it. Because at some point, yeah, somewhere around this moment, his position looked really, really promising. So I'm still trying to understand the reason why he decided not to put the knight on d5. So that was the moment, yeah, after king g1, why not knight to d5 first? To make sure there won't be any d4, d5 happening. Make sure that you have the control over the light squares, and only then try to swap some material. Right, so I don't really think this game is of any particular importance anymore. Yeah, so there. I mean, it's sort of formality, but you have to accomplish 40 moves. I believe that's precisely 40 moves is the requirement before one can offer a draw, or the threefold repetition, which looks very logical in this particular one. You just give checks from b2 and b3. All right, so we are left with 2 games where the team of kings, the older generation, has the white pieces. Evgeny Nair against Daniil Yufa, Alexei Shirov against Semyon Lomasov. Shirov and Lomasov is very likely to be decided before the time control, to be honest, because it's move number 24. Yeah, as you can see, this one has finished in a draw. Tomaszewski looks a bit unhappy, but not quite, because, well, he certainly had some advantage, but not that much. All right, and the position I have on my analysis board, I've probably mentioned already for a few times now, this tournament, for this particular tournament, the lead coverage is in Russian language, so there is a live audience in the next studio next to me with Russian coverage, and therefore very often the camera image would not match the thing I have on the analysis board. And anyway, I mean, Tomaszewski's game is over, so there's no point in showing the final position. Right, so what I was saying about this, it's very likely that Shirov and Lomasov will finish their game before the time control. It's move 24, Lomasov's position looks critical, plus he's down to 2 minutes. Last time we've seen it, it was knight h2, so only a couple of moves followed. Knight to g4, rook g6, bishop d3, very natural. I presume Lomasov is planning to sack an exchange, like the rook will not leave from g6. That's my guess. Rook won't leave from g6, like you get king g7 perhaps. You take with the h-pawn, and technically you have enough material, but your problem is that still your stuff is paralyzed. It's like white can perhaps win in many ways, one of them being knight f6. Just trade everything off on f6 and go rook to c7. And I don't think this bishop ever comes out, because there is a threat of rook d6, rook d8. I don't think this bishop ever comes out. So yeah, really, really desperate situation for Semyon Lomasov. And yeah, but at the same time, if he has played rook g6, rook g7, g6, it's very unlikely he's coming back to g7. So yeah, I've managed to guess the move. It's king to g7, but it's not the move that's going to save black in this situation. Bishop takes g6, played pretty quickly. H-g6, and now that's an interesting moment just to see what particular plan will be chosen by Alexei Shirov. Well, you know what? Rook d6 seems to be exceptionally nice. I don't know if it's the strongest move, or maybe it's a silly move, but it's kind of one of those nice-looking ones. That's probably a very silly move, because black's going to take on a5. Yeah, the point being, of course, bishop d6 should lose to ed6. Knight gets to f6, rook gets to c7, it's game over. But yeah, I mean, in a winning position, you don't really need to show. It'd be really like showing off. I can play this, and I can play that. I can play fancy moves. You don't need all that. I wonder if he's actually going to go for knight f6. Because there is no doubt about the endgame's evaluation, honestly. Okay, if you want to improve on this, maybe that's the way to do it. So we sack the knight, oh, rather go knight f6 first. When black captures, that's exceptionally silly. That's precisely the way not to do it, guys, because that's the way black actually loses. That was exceptionally stupid sequence of moves. Exceptionally stupid sequence of moves. I mean, it's like you're trying to improve something which is already good. Trying to improve that something which is already good. Namely this particular line, rook to c7. I don't see how black is saving against rook d6, rook d8. There's no way. Yeah, there is no way. So knight f6 is certainly good enough, but I'm not sure if Shirov's going to pick it. Because you're in no rush to win this game. You might as well just use your time, go rook c3, rook f3, queen f4. I mean, it's very likely to be a checkmate somewhere around. It's just that it feels so nice. I mean, knight f6, finish the game in a few more moves. Rook to c3. Okay. Great attacker, keeps the queens on the board, of course. Not that black has any sort of active counterplay here. So, after all, yeah, I have to agree that's a very, very convincing decision. Yeah, that's black's problem. So, kind of the king is safe. He paid the price for this. He's in exchange down for a couple of pawns. But still, the pieces are not moving. It's so irritating. I mean, to have this bishop on c8, rook on a8. Like, did any of those ever moved in the game? The answer is no. There was no time for black. Queen, however, if you think of this queen on d8, what was it doing? It went to b6. And then it captured a pawn on b2 to go to a3. No, it doesn't want to. And stupid computer doesn't want. You see, okay, that's the arrow. To go here and then to go back. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves out of 27. Oh well, not so many. Not so many. But perhaps those moves were particularly unlucky. Right, so 5 with the queen. King went to d8 and then all the way back to g7. Alright, so rook c3, rook to b8. Preparing to play bishop to d7. Okay, let's see. Rook d6 now, perhaps. Or rook f3. Well, it's like if you've played rook c3, apparently what you want to do is to play rook f3. But are you actually checkmating? Rook f3 played. I'm guessing black, I mean, is it good or bad? Black has to play bishop d7. Queen f4, targeting this. I know, but then you're easily getting checkmated. It's this and knight f6, yeah. So no time for bishop d7. Bishop g5 could be a move. But still, yeah, I don't believe black can ever save this one. Bishop g5. Knight f6, then queen g4. It's completely lost. And more than that, Lomonosov is on his very, very last seconds. Bishop d7 played, yeah, it's a desperate attempt to finish the development, but regrettably it loses by force after queen f4, it seems. Oh no, wait, maybe you can play queen f8, maybe that's your chance. If there is such thing as a chance in this position. The bishop e8 clearly loses to queen h6, knight f6. Maybe queen f8 is what you have to do. So that after this check, you go king g8, and white doesn't have knight f6, the queens are trading. Knight f6 immediately, though, should be completely winning. Is it? Bishop c6. If white captures, black has queen h8. At least black kind of stays in the game. He kind of stays in the game. Knight to h5. Queen to h5. queen takes e7 and some sort of rook f8. It should be lost, of course, but I know it's quickly lost, right? It's queen f4, king g8, and rook to b4, bringing the rook over here. All right, so Shiro is thinking after bishop d7. There's nothing wrong with playing knight f6 right now. I know, but it's, once again, there is no difference whatsoever, right? Knight f6, bishop c6, queen takes h4, queen h8 leads to the previous variation. Move 28, still don't see black surviving till move 40. Speaking of move 40, Nair and Yufa are in move 35, but as I said, that's an endgame which is very unlikely to resolve itself within the next 5 moves, and players have roughly 10 minutes each. So well, pardon me, we are not paying that much attention to this game just now, but we'll switch to it whenever this one is finished or reaches the time control. So 2 quite different but yet with sort of a same scenario games. One, well, this one is still in progress but will be won by white pieces. So Yesipenko against Gelfand. Yesipenko comes up with a novelty, surprises his opponent in the opening. Gelfand was the one to go for sacrifices, but it didn't work. Lomasev was surprised in the opening by Shirov's choice. Went to grab the pawns, but still perhaps misunderstood the position, miscalculated, misevaluated, and ended up in a horrible situation as early as move 20. Once again, that was the position on move 20, with black having literally all of his stuff on the 8th rank. Or the better illustration would be this: move 18, black barely moved. And believe it or not, but it's by move 18, black already spent 5 moves moving the queen, plus 2 moving the king. So no surprises. Black's position is not such a good one. Yeah, I do understand it's a matter of taste, but still I would advocate my knight f6 here in this position, because it simply doesn't give black any, any sort of, any chance, basically, any chance to develop. There is no time for rook b8, because I'll gonna take on h4. Bishop d7, rook b6, yeah, knight f6 perhaps was a tad more precise. So strangely, it does lead to queen's exchange, but it does not prolong the game. It probably makes it faster. Oh well. So Shirov does come up with some fire on board. Rook to d6. Lovely. g6, g5. Played very quickly, trying to cover the f4 square so that the queen is not getting there. Maybe I should spend some time explaining why the rook was not possible to take. Oh, maybe it's trivial, check. Yeah, it's not the case when it needs explanation, right, guys? f6, but just take on f6 with whatever we like, with the knight or the rook. King g8. Too many options. Knight h6 is good enough. Right, so rook to d6, g5. Knight f6 now. It's one of those awkward situations where you understand your position is winning, but your opponent doesn't want to resign, and all of a sudden you're forced to find more and more moves. Rook to f6, just in case. I mean, if you want to show off, then show off properly. Rook f6 and queen e3. Oh well, looks like Shiro was a bit surprised with this g6, g5. Yeah, the threat, obviously, the threat after rook d6 was to... Now wait, hang on a second. That's... So, rook d6, the threat was to go queen f4 and, you know, the checkmate is coming. So g5 is sort of the only way to cover f4 square. Knight f6. Okay. More or less the same thing, right? Knight f6 and then... you won't have a chance to guard the g5 pawn, I'm guessing. Now you're forced to take something. You weren't forced to capture the rook or the knight because d7's hanging as well. So if you capture the rook, this seems to be a disaster with various discovered check threats. After king g6, well, queen d3 is checkmate in 3. Bishop d6 played, yeah, e takes d6. Yep, that's the position on the board, and I don't see the next move for black. Don't see the next move. I mean, you can play king f8, but that's not the position you save. That's minus or plus bajillion for white. That's like recently, I think it was David Smurden who posted one of the Facebook threads who posted the position where he had to run his engine showing 48 lines because 47 first lines of an engine were winning. So the position was that winning that 47 different moves would win. It's not the case because I don't think white has 47 legal moves. But yeah, but it's not the only and not 2 moves, 3 moves, like anything, literally anything that doesn't involve a blunder of rook in 1 move should win. Right, so Lomasov resigns after e takes d6, which makes it 2-2 in today's match, with only 2 games finishing. Once again, now it's 3-3, in fact, 3 games finished. Sarana made a draw against Tomaszewski. Shirov beats Lomasov, but before that, Yesipenko beats Gelfand. So we are left with only 1 game. And my guess was right. It's Yufa who for a second time in this tournament, 2 out of 2, will have the longest game of the day. This time with the black pieces against Evgeny Nair. Well, there have been quite a few changes here. King d3, that's what we've seen. f5, knight went to b5. h5, so quite bravely, h6, h5. That's, you know what? That's technically you're putting the pawn on on a square of a right color, right? You have the dark square bishop, so you put the pawn on the h5 on a light square, fixing the structure on the dark squares. But at the same time, if this knight from b5 ever appears on f4, the pawn on h5 will be gone. So that's quite a responsible decision there. Check on c3, driving the king away. King c6, and interestingly, king to d4. So for the time being, not allowing black to put the bishop on e5. Black has taken a decision to play b5, and Nair replies with a3, a4. It's getting quite sharp here, in fact. Because there is a chance for black to go e5, chase the king away, then capture the pawn, so that white can't really take on a4 for the time being. He'll have to go king c4, intending to play b5, drive the king further away, and only then capture the pawn. And then I'm wondering if a4, a3, it's somewhat counterintuitive, let me be honest with you guys. Somewhat counterintuitive, but you gotta keep the passed pawn alive, right? White is counterintuitive because your king is pushed away, so those pawns are very strong on b5 and c5, right? The bishop is still passive, but the a3 pawn is alive. That's very important, because for instance, white can play king d5. He's very active, no questions asked. But you can't really hope to win with black pawn alive on a3. So I'd rather be worried about king going to b3, trying to eliminate the pawn. But then here comes black's counterplay. It's e4, it's e3, and after this capture, it's bishop g3. Black is hoping to win this and then go back to e7 or d8. I don't really think black is the side who can start playing for a win here. But at the same time, if they reach this position, I don't really think black risks much. And e5 was played. So e5 check given, white has pretty much only logical move, which is king to d3. But I believe since you've played e6, e5, you've pretty much committed to this idea of capturing on a4. Because if you go e6, it's somewhat passive, right? Takes, and well, still not clear how white is supposed to win this one. If it's white at all who is trying to play for a win. Well, black is unlikely to play for a win anyway. Yes, whenever you move the knight, black king goes to d5, centralizes, so black starts threatening e5, e4. Yeah, it's probably just nothing for white. So king back to d3. Maybe a7, a6 is actually a playable alternative to this somewhat sharp line starting with ba4. Oh wait, maybe it doesn't need to be that sharp. ba4, king c4, let's be clever. Let's play a7, a6. Wait for white to capture the pawn with the knight. So corner this silly horse on a4. And then go e4. We are sort of threatening bishop e5. Knight goes back to c3, and once again we are reaching this position, which is far less clear, to be honest, because f4 is very important. Now it's like, if white captures on a3, then after bishop g3, I believe black has little to worry about. But yeah, but e3, f4, still the bishop is exceptionally silly over there. And white threatens to remaneuver the knight to d4 and then walk to capture. Yeah, that probably is not a great way for black. So Daniel Yufa, in fact, decided to play a7, a6. ab5 played. A couple of moves to reach the time control. Couple of moves to reach the time control, and I really find it hard for Evgeny Nair to improve his position unless there is this idea. Maybe there is this idea. Knight to d1, to e3, provoke the f-pawn to move, and go from there. So king to d5 in this case. Check there, king has to go to e6. And yeah, and still there is no way to break through. Yeah, probably black is just holding no matter what. Probably black is just holding no matter what. An attempt to create some sort of passed pawn with g4, nah. Don't really believe it. Plus there is always e4, bishop g3, bishop h4. Yeah, probably there's absolutely nothing for Evgeny Nair. So this seems to be a fair square game. As well as Sarana Tomaszewski. As I said, yes, maybe Tomaszewski was a bit better at some point, but the moment Sarana was presented a chance to go for simplifications with d5, he clearly identified it, he went for d5 and had no trouble afterwards. And then, as I said, 2 games won with the white pieces. Shirov beats Lomasov, Yuspenko beats Kelfand. Pretty much the same scenario. Early opening surprise and getting overwhelming position about move 20. Okay, so move 38. 2 more moves to bridge the time control. And I'm wondering what's going to be, because as I said, it doesn't seem to be possible to break through with white. So I wonder if Evgeny will keep trying. Well, probably he'll make it to the time control, he'll get half an hour increment, and then we'll try to think of it afterwards. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to think right now, I'm guessing. You just go knight d1, after king d5, you give a check on c3, force the king back. Is there any kind of... Hang on a second. Is all of a sudden g4 an idea? Or it's crazy? I mean, it certainly is. No, it's not how chess is played, right? So the point was, okay, hg4, we have a passed pawn, period. No further calculation required. I believe it's wrong, because after e4, the bishop should be able to stop the pawn from one of the squares. But at least I'm trying to explain how do you come up with such nonsense moves as g4. So you want to find any sort of breakthrough or changing the structure, because for the time being you're a little bit stuck, right, making progress. So I think, okay, let's try to do this. If f takes, I'll at least get my king to e4, which might not be a big deal, which probably isn't a big deal. Maybe it is a big deal because after bishop d8 you'll be the one in trouble. That, of course, was missed by you truly. Yeah. So g4 is not the move. f4, however, is the move, says Evgeny Nair. So he went for f4. Now that's quite interesting. Once again, pretty forcing move. Because now, if you take, I assume white takes as well, and he's cutting the d4 square for his knight. Like, for instance, in this line, when you capture on f4, it's knight e2, after bishop e5 there is a check on d4. You can't go for king and pawn ending. You have to sack your b5 pawn. Does white win here? That's another question, right? It might happen so that white is still not winning. As like you go to g3, for instance. It might be that white is still not winning there. Man, it is pretty dangerous though. Give a check, go to c4, black captures, you give more checks, then knight d5 with a check, you know, those pawns moving and moving. So I can imagine this being scary for black. Is there like a safe way for black to make a draw? I don't know. f6 seems to be reasonable, to be honest. You go f6 and you hover around with the bishop. Bishop to c7, bishop to b8. Bishop to c7 and bishop to b8. So the moment, yeah, I mean you just move the bishop to c7. It would seem white never wants to capture on e5, right? It just undoubles your pawn without giving white any sort of benefit. So what white can do is to try to bring the king here and then reposition the knight to e3. But then, as I said, yeah, you just keep moving the bishop. The moment knight goes to d1, you go to d5. The moment the knight gives a check, you go to e6. And then again, whenever the king goes, you can move the bishop. So So that's precisely what Daniel Yufa does. f7, f6, no need to calculate those longish lines where you seemingly have no chance to win and you might have a chance to lose. Knight to e2, played by Evgeny Nair. Alrighty, you can always play king d5. Yep, king d5 played, and it's move 40 for both players. But after knight d2 and king d5, I don't really think white has any other move but to give a check. Because you don't want to see this king entering your camp, right? So effectively you have two pieces to move. It's a king or a knight. And if you move the king to e3, it's king c4. I mean, black is not forced to do it, but might as well do it, because now b4 is... So king e3 makes no sense whatsoever. Moving the king to the other side perhaps might be a little bit trickier, because you might have a hopes that while he'll be taking my pawns, I'll take on b5 and somehow promote, which is, once again, I believe is nonsense. Yeah, it's black to move, so king f3 takes. It'll never ever work, right? It'll never ever work. So basically, after king d5, you can't move the king, and if you move the knight, black captures on f4 twice. So that only means that you go back knight c3 check, and after king c6, you go back to e2 and agree a draw. Right, but yeah, we've reached the time control, and yeah, after getting half an hour increment, I believe Evgeny Nair will spend some time trying to look for some ways to make progress. So I wonder if I have to stay on air for a little bit longer, because it is quite possible that Daniel Yufa comes back to the board, Nair plays knight c3, offers a draw. Because, well, at least that's my assessment. I can't really think of any sort of, what kind of a plan you can invent with white. Well, if you capture on e5, why on earth you're better? I think you'd be worse at some point, right? So f takes e5, other question. Knight stays here guarding f4 all the time. No. Nothing can be done. But anyway, let's wait for Daniel Yufa to come back to the board, just to make sure that Nair is not in the mood to offer a draw just yet. Let's quite quickly, once again, revisit those games that finished in a victory of one of the sides. We have two of those today. Just to quickly click through the opening. And I'll start with Shirov and Lomasov. As I said, once again, very, very interesting question. How to explain Lomasov's choice of entering this line? C takes d4, bishop h6, gh6, cd4, queen b2, knight bd2, and I suspect knight d4 has to be considered very, very dangerous. Looking at how it went for Lomasov in the game, rook b1, knight f3 might have been better to capture on e2. I'm not really an expert to speculate about that. Still seems to be pretty dangerous. The line I was considering during this game was to capture on b7. If black goes rook d8, rook c1 seems to be important, to put the rook on c7, like in this line, for instance, to prevent black from castling short. So after he has captured on f3 and went for queen a3, bishop b5, king d8, that already is no doubt very, very dangerous position. And then later on, what was it? seen something like this. That was particularly impressive, this knight h2, getting it to g4, f6. So very smooth and in a way rather one-sided victory by Alexei Shirov, like good old times. Paralyzing his opponent, then sacrificing, well, not that much in this particular game, only an exchange on d6 cannot really be called a sacrifice, but still very, very nice. Eye-pleasing, I'd say. And then a victory of Andrei Yesipenko against Boris Gelfand. What did we have here? An English opening with knight b3, and I hope I'm not confusing anything, but feeling is that it was the move that Boris Gelfand played himself not that long ago. So what has happened was knight e5, e4, bishop b4, and early c5, to which Gelfand quite quickly replied queen c6, and bishop g2 apparently happens to be a novelty, where queen a6 was still fine, queen d4, d6, then knight to c6, queen back to d2, knight back to e5, and it might have been, honestly, after cd6, I'm not quite sure if knight c6 is okay. Not quite sure if knight c6 is okay. It could have been already that you have to do something else. It could be that you have to do something else, like, what was the stuff we were discussing? Oh, like bishop d6 immediately, right? So that f4 is still sorts of awkward after knight d3. And there is no bishop f1, which is important, because knight f3 check. So this might have been an alternative to capture on d6 with the bishop. Because, yeah, so Boris went for the sacrifice. King takes, has played e5, and I believe rook d1 is really, really classy move, after which it becomes clear black is in a really bad shape. After castles, d7, it has to be over. So again, it has to be over. Yep. What can I say? Impressive piece of preparation by Yesipenko. Yufa's back to the board, but Nair seemingly is not in rush to make his next move. So that makes me guess, no, he won't make any. He did make a move. Knight c3 came along with a draw offer. So, once again, this time I feel satisfied, clearly identifying there is not a single chance to play for win any longer. Right, so that's a fighting draw in the match, which leaves Kings in the lead by 2 points, thanks to Tomaszewski's yesterday's victory against Daniil Yufa. Today was somewhat shorter round, but not, you can't say it wasn't an entertaining one, right? So 2 really, really nice cases of nice opening preparation and like more or less straightforward win after your opponent misplays the opening with black. Well, the point of the Caro-Kann system without h5 still remains to be seen. Nair couldn't really demonstrate anything significant against Yufa. And Tsarna Tomaszewski was also quite an interesting game, even though finished in a draw, but possibly Tomaszewski has shown the alternative way of playing against that particular system in the English opening. So, starting from tomorrow, I don't know if you guys paid attention, but starting from tomorrow, the Kings will eventually change the color, because till that point, Evgeny Nair has played 2 games with white pieces, Alexei Shirov has played 2 games with the white pieces. Respectively, Tomaszewski had 2 blacks, Gelfand had 2 blacks. So, starting from tomorrow, they'll swap the colors, so Nair and Shirov will have to prove they're solid enough with the black pieces. Tomaszewski and Gelfand will show how to play with white, or try to show how to play with white. If you pay attention, the opposition is not that weak. Particularly Josipenko, he's, third rated from the entire tournament. So Semyon Lomonosov might be considered somewhat weak link in the Prince's team for the time being, but do not be fooled by his rating. I mean, if you check last year, he did quite well. Again, Daniel Ufa rated under 2600. I think it's injustice. Honestly, it's not a mistake, yeah, that's his rating on the list, but it's injustice. Exceptionally strong player. So we'll see, we'll see. Alrighty then, so the Kings are still leading. The Kings are still leading. So it was 5-3 the first day. Yeah, if you use this multiplied by 2 points. And it's 4-4 today. So if I know how to add up, it must be 9-7 after 2 rounds. The Kings are leading +1. So that'll be it for today, I believe. Thanks for joining. Thanks for trying to interact in the chat. Well, regrettably, I only have one screen, and by default there is a YouTube channel of Russian Chess Federation. By tomorrow, I guess I'll get one more screen. So I have one screen with the, with the chess analysis. I have the one next to it with Russian Chess Federation YouTube. So there'll be third screen at my left with Chess24 chat. I was informed there'd been a lot of feedback on Chess24 and regrettably couldn't really follow everything. But we'll do tomorrow. So thanks a lot for joining. Please make sure to come back tomorrow. Hope you had fun, guys. So 3 p.m. Moscow time tomorrow, round 3, Kings versus Princes, the Nutcracker.